Alrighty. You know, it's Wednesday already, and I love Wednesdays. I did ask an important question though in my go live notification. I said, "Is Wednesday important to retired folks? Because isn't like every day our weekend?" The only thing I could think of this morning is it's cold, and I have a teenager, which means as a father of a teenager, it automatically makes you royalty. And why does being a father of a teenager make you royalty? That's because you have a princess. Because you have a princess, and princess doesn't want to walk to school in the cold. So I have to get up in the mornings now because I mean it's only a mile, but she's a princess, right? She needs to be driven to school. So I was like, okay, I can do this. It's only a couple of weeks, and then it'll be warm again. Like it's gonna be it's gonna be like rules and stuff. It's gonna be like, how warm is it? How warm's the forecast? All right, well, you walk. But it was pretty bitter cold. It was pretty bitter cold this morning. So she walked in that, and she complained the whole way to school. I was getting text like, "This is cold." I was like, "Yeah, you're a big girl." So let's start something fun. All right, let's start something fun, and then we will start something not as fun. You guys need me to get off of here, Questlog. You guys need me to do this. You guys can do your quests. Johnny Quest. Let's see, what did I miss? Armored melee. I didn't put melee down. There you go. Okay. So, guys. You guys know that I don't like being wrong. Okay, you guys can tell I spend a lot of time. I spend a lot of time on my product, on my brand, on my ashes of education, ashes of creation, education. I don't like being wrong. I don't like getting things wrong because I share information with people. So it really bothers me, right? It really bothers me when I derp something. And I derped something really big. And I like causing disruptions. Strategic disruptions. I don't like causing fucking random disruptions. And so if you haven't seen, and it just came out this morning, if you haven't seen my cosmetic system update video, yeah, I have to own that. I have to own that mistake. I got to own that I got to own it. We were telling people that recolors and retextures of the monthly cosmetics, all these wonderful things that we've seen. Did I take them off? I probably did. But all these previous cosmetics that we've seen, we were telling people that variations of these cosmetics were going to be available in game. Now we know that the mounts are going to be available in game. And Margaret did say that they wouldn't be obtainable, but then if they're like obtainable as skins, but they'd be obtainable as mounts. That's actually, I mean, this is one of those, if Steven wasn't having such a shitty week, I would have asked him to pop on the show, just so we could have like 10, 15 minutes to just talk about some stuff. Just like, here's the top level clarification. Let's ask some questions. Because like it seems odd to me, and the problem with cosmetics is you're lumping everything in together as a cosmetic, but then it seems really weird to me, really weird to me, that when they say the buildings, they're gonna design all of those buildings for one-time use, or never have them obtainable for the players. So like we have their statement. We have Steven's statement. It's very clear. It's very concise. It's very laser focused. Let me see how many more military buzzwords I can throw in here. But it's like, we don't have to ask a bunch of questions, but there are a whole lot of questions we want to ask. So I feel bad about getting that wrong. And there's some people that are pissed at me. There's some people that are angry at me. There's some people that have already sent me scathing, I'm unfollowing your channel because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I was like, oh, well, I gotta wear that one. I don't get to, dodge that one. Yeah, somebody's mad they didn't buy cosmetic because they thought that they could get a recoloring game. Well, yeah. Oh, sorry. I fucked that up. I fucked that up. So anyway, back to what we do around here. Good morning, Void Doc. Good morning, Maverick. Sparky is doing new employee orientation. Sneaks Jahlon the peach tea mix for his water. Actually, guys, I bought a fridge for upstairs. And I actually I bought it yesterday, and I filled it up with tea. I actually got up this morning and made 4 teas before the show, so Tamir doesn't have to make teas. I do need a coffee. Didn't sleep well last night. Had nightmares. Side effect. It's par for the course. It's par for the course when you got a bunch of shit going on in your brain. You tend to have nightmares. This is an urgent message for the vehicle owner. Okay. I highly doubt it's an urgent message for the vehicle owner. It's a bit fair for them to put all the blame on you. They could have double-checked the answer, and it seemed that everyone agreed. I'm going to assume you meant it's a bit unfair for them to put all the blame on you, and here's the interesting part. They didn't put any blame on me. A good leader doesn't wait around for people to start pointing and saying it's your fault or your fault or your fault. And I don't want to put Steven into a position where I don't want to put Steven in a position where he has to jump up, because in theory, because you guys know I follow the extreme ownership philosophy of Leaf Babin and Jocko Willnick. There's a fuck up and somebody has to wear it. I'm not gonna hide in the tall grass. I'm not gonna skulk in the shadows. I'm not gonna leave the Discord for a couple of days and then let everything blow up and then Steven would ultimately then have to be like, it's my fuck up for what you said. They could have double checked the answer. But then that would be me skirting my responsibility. What happened was, I have a video out on the new cosmetic update. And what happened was, for years, and I can't find some of the other quotes. T. Elf said he sent me the quote that misled him. And I also thought the same about cosmetics and have missed out. Several in the community were in the same boat. The majority of the community were in the same boat. And of course, I gotta look back, not because I'm looking to be like, oh, I didn't strike out on review. Oh, sorry, my bad. On the replay, I didn't strike out. That was actually a fourth ball. That was a walk. We're not trying to do shed the blame, but I was pretty certain that we had a more definitive quote that there were variations of the cosmetics available in game. But again, it's that whole thing about communication and confirmation bias. Once you get something in your head and you think you know it, then everything else that's said, unless it's a big smack and knocks you out of your orbit, everything else said is confirmation bias. You think it's confirming what you believe. So yeah, a lot of people, and when I say a lot of people, I like the majority of the community. And then it's always funny, you get those certain people in the community that want to jump up and be like, well, I knew the whole time. Well, then why weren't you vocally arguing the point. Yeah, equitable cosmetics, both from a quantity and quality standpoint. I guess it comes down to words. Equitable. Equitable cosmetics are achievable through in-game means. And that's ultimately the problem. Equitable cosmetics, both from a quantity and quality standpoint, are achievable through in-game means. A lot of people interpreted that as an equivalent, an equitable, an identical, but slightly different. It's okay. As a community, we're strong. We can get past it. I think it all worked out in the end. I do think that a symptom of cosmetics being one of the only items that is new content, though, not much else to talk about. You know, that's an amazing point. And this is, yeah, we're talking about how there will not be obtainable cosmetics that are recolors of the limited time monthly cosmetics. And this is where Intrepid has an opportunity for process improvement. They released a blog for the first time with cosmetics for the mounts. Now, I don't have a problem. Some people have said that it's bullshit that they're doing cosmetics for the mounts. I don't have a problem with this. But an opportunity for success that they missed was, and I talk about this at the back half of my video, they released this new skin for a mount, and then on the other side of the armor, they release the barding for the mount. And they've always said that they were going to release barding for the mounts. We've got other examples of mount barding. So it's not like they've done something new. They're just finally getting around to putting mount barding in the monthly cosmetic. But then people had questions, lots of questions, really good questions. And Margaret did an amazing job answering, except at the end, Margaret gets to the I don't have an answer. Well, I understand that you want to maintain your monthly publication schedule for your monthly cosmetics because monthly cosmetics is what's helping fund this party. But at the same time, if you're going to introduce something new, and January is a perfect month, absolutely perfect month for them to introduce something new. But there should have been a write-up in the blog for how that was going to work. Or they should have waited till February so they could have talked about it during the January live stream. They could have done a segment and I hope that during the January live stream, foot stomp, Margaret. I'm hoping that during the January live stream, one of their segments is, since they always show off the monthly cosmetics, guys, we want to talk about how barding is going to work for monthly cosmetics. Even though we got most of the answer on the Discord, the problem is that in marketing, in advertising, in customer relations, I shouldn't have to go to multiple places to find my answer. The answer should be available in my face. The most common occurring answers should be in my face everywhere I go. It's like, remember before we stopped wanting to talk to people when web pages were new? What was the single thing on every single page of the web page of a business? Their phone number and their address. Everywhere it was like, this is our phone number, this is our address. Contact us. Here's our phone number. Contact us. Now they want you to contact them through a form where you talk to a computer. I like to just say to the computer representative, and then when it keeps I'm deaf, I can't understand you. The computer's like doot connecting you with a representative. Like, I don't want to talk to your stupid computer. Let's see. There are a lot of boat cosmetics they sell. Are boats going to be easily attained so I can actually use the skin? Yes, boats are going to be easily obtainable. We are looking, and when I say easily obtainable, this isn't going to be like Arcage, where you got to get 5,000 Anoan scraps, and there's only like 39 Anoan scraps appear on the server per day. So you end up, there's not going to be anything like that. You build the boat, you roll the boat up, you use the boat, Now, there's a whole lot of other stuff about boats that we need to know. We're waiting on that. Let's see. You were on the Discord since 2016 and you thought the same. Yeah. The other problem, okay, I'm gonna say this, and it's not gonna earn me any points, but I'm already negative for today, so I might as well go big or go home. When you start closing channels on a Discord and you start removing people's access to channels, that's bad, because there are channels that we had on the Discord that then were no longer used, and then people lost their access to them. The problem with that is those channels should have been locked for no more talking in them. But there are answers in those channels that we can no longer access. So that also becomes a problem. Like, some of us know we had a conversation with Steven about a topic and we can't find it. It's also part of the problem. Somebody said you guys are a little over the top with Ashes. Chill. I mean, people are entitled to say whatever they want, but you know, there is a reason. There is a reason why the hype surrounding Ashes of Creation is a little bit different than all the other games, because two pieces. Number one, Ashes is using transparent development. So you really are seeing the game grow. Your real time, as it goes, you're seeing the game grow. Number two, it's like you showed up for Thanksgiving dinner and grandma told you Thanksgiving dinner was going to be ready at 2, but grandma forgot to put the turkey in the oven, and so your mouth is salivate, and you can see all the fixins, you can see the dessert, you can see the pie, you can see the chocolates, you can see the cookies, you can see all that stuff, but you're not allowed to go anywhere near the dessert table. And you were expecting to eat at 2. You still want to eat because you're still hungry, and you don't know when the turkey's going to be done because grandma's like, it'll be done when it's done. You know, get out of the kitchen. You know, you just got to wait. There's nothing I can do. I can't make the oven cook faster. And now you're like, damn, he's got a point. Steven wanted the game to be out in 2020. Steven can't make the game be out in 2020. He can't make the game be out before 2020. He can't rush the game. He can't rush. Yeah. You were expecting to eat at 2 p.m. today, but then grandma indicates you have to wait until 2024. Exactly. Because here's the problem. And a lot of people do this. You forget to put, because you guys know you're supposed to take your meat out of the fridge and let your meat get up to room temperature before you put it on the grill, before you put it in a pan, before you put it on the foreman. You're supposed to let the meat be room temperature so it cooks evenly through and it stays moist and juicy and succulent. Can you guys tell that I'm hungry this morning? Because I'm hungry. I'm hungry this morning. But you're supposed to take your food out of the fridge and let it get to like just about room temperature before you cook it. And then I've heard people say, no, you're not. That's how you're going to get sick. And I'm like, no, stupid. That's why you have a meat thermometer and you cook the meat to a certain temperature. But if you take the meat out of the fridge and then you don't cook it, you have to throw it out. There's rules of food prep. It's because I fucking go to the steakhouse and I see all the steaks on the room temperature rack. Yeah, all that meat is bad. Steakhouses across the world have made people sick for years. But anyway, people are like, oh, I forgot to take the steaks out. Let me just take them out real quick and cook. Just leave the steaks in the fridge till tomorrow and go get takeout. Because you're going to enjoy the takeout more than you're going to enjoy the rushed steaks. It's also like, I sort of cringe. I really sort of cringe when I see people turn their pan on and then immediately throw the food in it. And I'm like, did you just, well, yeah, warm the pan up because otherwise you're cooking the food for several minutes or seconds or whatever at cold, and then several minutes or seconds at lukewarm, and then several minutes or seconds at whatever temperature. And then the people who like just throw the pan on hot and then they'd start turning, it's like, I don't want to eat here anymore. Thanks for offering me to have that. I'm gonna go get McDonald's. But preparation is key to success. The 5 P's. Proper planning prevents poor performance. You just got back from work. Don't ever say sorry. You're not late. You're a wizard. You arrived exactly when you intended. So I know Steven wants the game to be out. Steven, but do you think Steven's sitting at home and saying, "Oh, fuck him. Make him wait." Yeah, cooking stream brought to you by Master Chef Jahlon. Man, I am hungry. I am hungry this morning. I need food. I need food. And I can't eat till noon. Sucks. And then I got a busy day today. I got to take my daughter driving. I got to go for my walk. I got to fix the cosmetics page on Ashes 101. I have to add some mount information. I have to make the polls header for my Twitch. I gotta send my daughter something that she needs to work on. I need to. Oh, you know what? What I need to do is I need to show off this bad boy. That's what I need to do right now. That's what I need to do. Look at this bad boy. Get out of here. Get out of here, microphone. I don't need you right now. Look at this bad boy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm happy about that. I am happy with the results of this t-shirt. Yeah, there it is. Listening while working. It's okay. I'm not a brain surgeon. Uh-oh. So that brought a smile to my day. My t-shirt came in, and Sweet Tart, who you guys don't run into too much at this junction, because she got a daytime job again, which is good because the corporation can't pay her at the moment. But she got her Paradox merch. It's hard for me to get people merchandise because of the laws and the rules and the lawyers and the taxmen. And if I don't have to run into any lawyers or taxmen for like 2 weeks, I'm gonna be happy, because I'm tired of lawyers and taxmen. And right now, I'm just trying to remain positive. I'm trying to remain positive for like another hour and 37 minutes, really. Hour and 37 minutes, and then hopefully sanity will return to my country. Of course, that's probably wishful thinking, but you know, I gotta have hope. What else we got, guys? Oh, you know what? It was nice to see. It was nice to see people who actually are interested in being decent human beings. Oh, I got a question. Oh, I'll get that later. Oh no, I can get that now. I can get that on the show. Let's see. People ask me a question on the Discord. It counts as like asking on the Twitch. Let me bring this over here so I can read it. I got a good question from my Discord. I understand the motivation to be a gatherer. You get to go out into the world and explore. I understand the motivation to be a crafter. You get to make the coolest stuff you can and give it to people. I can't get my head around being a processor. In a Twitch stream, I said, it might be the most profitable due to the few people who are doing it. Other than money, can anyone see a motivation for being a processor? Is there anything Intrepid could do to make a processor fun to play? Here's the thing. Money is the biggest motivation in MMOs. And some people will say, and I'm going to pull a Braun from Game of Thrones. People will be like, well, no, gear is the biggest motivation. Okay, have money, buy gear. In a game that the gear's not bound, I have money, I buy gear. Buy consumables. Yep. You know, what else is the motivator in an MMO? You want access to content. If you have money, you can get access to content, because money buys you gear, gear buys you power, power buys you prestige buys you invites. In a game like Ashes, where your gear is going to be a 50% carry, you can probably be on the bottom half of the roster and still make the roster if your gear carries you. Is there really that much difference between processing and crafting? I suppose we don't know about processing, but I assume it might have the same mechanics to improve various kinds of processed goods. It very well may, but let's be honest. There is something inherently not sexy about the person who takes ore and makes ingots. And there is something inherently not sexy about a person who takes ingots and makes bolts, screws, threads. You make cloth, you make, you might take the grass and make the weave. You may take the cotton and make the weave, make the thread, make the cloth pieces. That's not sexy. Being a crafter is sexy. Your name is on the finished good. Your name is out there for everybody to see on the finished good. Being a processor, great, man. You're the monkey who makes the nuts and bolts. You're the monkey who works in the lumber mill, turning the logs into planks and, 2x4s. I feel that processing is made for alts, however hard it will be to make alts. It's hard not to feel that way. It's hard not to feel that way out of the box. But here's part of the solution with that stuff. If they fill your day with a whole lot of stuff, then your ability to engage with your alt is minimized, because every minute on your alt is a minute you're not on your main. Now, when you say alts are easy, just pay $15 extra a month. Number one, not everybody can do that because not everybody has 2 PCs. And I don't know how many people are going to want to risk losing their accounts by multi-boxing. There's no multi-boxing on one PC. Now, before anybody starts, yes, I'm going to look over at that elephant in the room and I'm going to nod to it. And I'm going to understand the arguments that are coming out. I understand that the arguments that are coming out is going to be, well, I know how to multi-box on my PC. Okay, I get that. Okay, I get that. But first of all, not everyone's going to be able to do that. Number two, people keep forgetting that progression in Ashes of Creation is not crafting. Crafting isn't being added as an after effect where, well, just go fucking grind ore for 10 levels and now you're level 10. So now go grind silver ore for 10 levels, then gold ore, then mithril ore, and you get level 50. Sure, you can do that and you're going to be able to do the base level amount of processing. But you're going to have to level up in your social organization. You're going to have to level up in your religion. You're going to have the ability to unlock certain dials, the ability to make better quality goods. That all exists from being a player. That all exists from being a meaningful character. So some people think that they're going to be able to just, feed their alt, that they're going to just feed their alt materials and then the alt is just going to grind that shit out. So people will just run virtual machines, or will they have some shit to prevent that? Here's the thing. They can stop the casuals. They can stop the casuals from using virtual machines. There are ways around it there are ways around making it so that you can't use the virtual machine. Now, are the top 20% of people and the computer science nerds in the military people who not the ones that flip tanks, eat paints, eat glue, and fail PT tests. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the military people that are like the cutting edge cyberspace warriors. A fucking stupid name, I know, but I've met a lot of kids in the military that they know stuff about PCs. Whatever. It's great shit. But they're going to be able to get around it. Intrepid's never going to be able to figure it out. And the sad part is that Intrepid's not going to have the money and the resources to invest in locking out virtual machines, because then it becomes a huge process. And now they're not putting every dollar they put into stopping virtual machines is a dollar they're not putting into the game quality. So they're gonna go hard enough into the paint to stop the casuals. The other problem is this, and I've said, I don't even think you should stop virtual machines, and I don't think you should stop multi-clienting. Here's why. I have, as soon as Origin PC, and I'm getting started antsy, gets me my new computer, I'm going to have 10 gaming PCs in my house. So I have 6 monitors and 10 gaming PCs. KVM Switch. KVM Switch, you can't, like Intrepid could turn around and be like, well, you can't use a KVM Switch. And I would be like, you have no way at all to know if I'm using a KVM Switch. You have zero way to identify a KVM switch in use. Oh, we're probably gonna fail this one. But you have zero way to tell if I'm using a KVM switch. No way at all, zero. So why make a rule? Why make a rule that you can't enforce? You can't use a KVM switch. Really? How are you gonna know? How would you know? So I have multiple PCs. I have a KVM switch. I can rotate through alts. And the other guy can't. What's a KVM switch? Keyboard, visual, and mouse. It's literally like a Stream Deck. It's literally like a Stream Deck that when I press the button, now my mouse and keyboard and monitor are showing PC 1. I hit the next button. Now my mouse, keyboard, and monitor are connected to PC 2. It's they were pretty common back in the days when we were moving from Linux-based systems to Windows-based systems, but some of the legacy stuff, what you couldn't move the programs. So you had people like they had a Linux machine and they had a Windows machine on their desk, and as they needed to do different things, they just hit the KVM switch. That way their desk only had one keyboard and one mouse. And before people say, oh my God, when was that in the Stone Age? I'll be like, that was as late as 2006. I was still working at a place that had shit. Let me take that back. As late as 2011 in the military, we had an old legacy system that the kid on his desk had a KVM switch. Because we still had some stuff on an old legacy system. Will that be cool with Ashes? I mean, here's the thing. How would they tell you no? Because you're not multi-boxing. You're not running 2 accounts. Yeah, because using a KVM switch still means that a human is controlling each keyboard. And that's really Intrepid's goal, is to make sure that they don't inadvertently have people running that they don't inadvertently have people running macros and scripts. If you don't mind the question, why did you go with Origin instead of, say, Falcon Northwest, Main Gear, or some other custom PC builder? A couple of reasons. Number one, they were able to fill the order for what I ordered. A lot of other places, they were like, maybe March. We might be able to ship in March. Origin was able to fill my order on, they say, February 3rd. In fact, let's do the obligatory check if they've updated my order. And I'm gonna have to, and here's one thing I am gonna shit talk Origin for. Yeah, my status is still processing. All I'm gonna say is that if they don't ship me my PC on the 3rd of February, they're gonna be upset because I'm just gonna ask for a refund. And I'm gonna be like, I need a refund. And they're gonna be like, why? I'll be like, because you guys haven't even had the decency to update my status order, and I shouldn't have, for $6,800, I shouldn't have to contact you more than once. When I contact you and say my order status isn't getting updated, you should then be on top of that. If they don't give a shit, they don't give a shit. Also, I like Origin's warranty. So yeah, $6,800 is serious business. Yeah. Pretty serious. Pretty significant computer was put together. Absolutely. So you know, went big or went home, right? Went big or went home. A 3090, 24 gig. Yep. Had to go big or go home. A Ryzen 9, 5950, 16 core. Sexy. 64 gigs of RAM because I'm tired of crashing. I'm tired of crashing while doing video editing. So, and then it was funny because I love Filmora. You guys even notice I like Filmora so much. I have their icon, I have their banner underneath my picture so that people can so that if people are getting into video editing, they can try Filmora. I like Filmora. It's nice, it's free, it's easy, it's powerful. But I'm tired of them pushing out unstable builds. And they said to me, please send us our zap, whatever, our zap splat, whatever the bug report is. I was like, I'm not even getting those. Those don't even pop up when your client crashes. And the thing that sucks is I'm losing 20 minutes of work at a time. If that's going to keep happening, I'll just go get DaVinci Resolve. I don't want to learn DaVinci Resolve, but I'll just go get DaVinci Resolve. I mean, multi-client is fine with me as long as it doesn't turn into botting. For all I care, they spend $200 a month on alt accounts. As long as they play fairly, it's all right with me. The problem with that theory and the problem with that mentality is most games in the past have been, most games in the past that have alts. Alts become a giant pain in the ass. And what I mean by that is alts become a giant pain in the ass. If the more alts you have, the more powerful you get. Now, ArcAge, part of the ArcAge problem is labor. If they didn't have the labor system, alts wouldn't be as prevalent. If land ownership wasn't tied to alts, alts wouldn't be as prevalent. Now, some people have said, won't Ashes of Creation have that problem with land, with alts, and people getting 2 freeholds? So I have a pin in that on the board, and I said, sure, it's possible that Ashes of Creation is going to suffer from the alt problem depending on freeholds. But if they make the rest of the game engaging enough, I don't want to say difficult. I want to say engaging enough. If they make the rest of the game engaging enough that you don't find the time. Okay, you, not me, because it's very difficult to build a game where I don't have the time to run alt accounts because I play video games for a living. So 8 hours of my day is on the computer. Minimum. But if for the normals, for the mundanes, for the non-retired 40-year-olds who have to go to a job, you don't have the time. You don't have the time in your day. Time is a currency. Time is a fire in which you burn, but time is a currency that you don't have a surplus of. So if you make the rest of the game engaging and people aren't sitting around like, okay, hey, it's Samanti. Thanks, Samanti. If you have people not sitting around for 2 hours because the only thing to do starts at 6 o'clock Eastern, then people are going to do, this is what's going to happen. Oh, I'm going to go work on my horizontal progression. I'm going to go work on my religion. I'm going to work on my social organization. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to do this. Holy shit, it's 6 o'clock. Sorry, guys, I'm running late. I'm on my way. Oh my God, guys, that was an amazing dungeon run. That was great. That was cool. Oh my God, it's 9 o'clock. I got to lay down. I go to bed. You're laying in bed. You're like, oh, fuck, I didn't log in my alt today. I didn't have a chance to process that ore. Eventually, what's going to happen is you're going to be like, guys, I'm backlogged on processing ore. Do we have a guild member who can process iron for me and keep like, and here's the trick. Since there's no labor, your guildmates are going to want to process that ore for you because they're going to want the whatever comes with it. In ArcAge at launch, the guild was buying our carpenter labor pots. And our carpenter, I was running around to all the properties, chopping down all the trees. So what would happen was people would go and they would buy their 20 trees. And then I would go to their property. They'd set their property in guild. I'd chop down all their trees. And then I would say to them, like a number, whatever it was. I'd be like 89. And I would just say to them 89, and I'd put 89 in the log, in the guild bank log. And then I would pop a guild issued labor pot. And I'd run over to the next farm. And I was literally running around Rookborn Basin. I was getting my levels by chopping down all the trees. And then every 300 logs, I would run over to the carpenter and I'd say, here's 300 logs. You owe the guild back 100 lumber. And he got to the point with his own stuff where he had the 100 lumber. So I was just straight swapping him 300 logs for 100 lumber. 300 logs in a labor pot for 100 lumber. And then people couldn't realize that on day 4, we had people with Epherium bows. Well, that's because we communally drove one guy's skill up. And of course, as my logging went up, my labor requirement went down. That's good teamwork. Our Ashes of Creation isn't going to have that problem because it's not going to have the shenanigans of... It's not going to have the shenanigans of... You need to have labor. And labor is such a shitty mechanic, okay? Labor is such a shitty mechanic. I'm actually shocked all of us played Arcage for as long as we did. So you're going to say to your guildmate, hey, can you smelt this stuff for me? Yeah, I'll do that for you. And then your guildmates are going to have surpluses. So they're going to know that for whatever, 1,000 iron ore, I get 300 ingots. So when you give them 1,000 iron ore, they're just going to give you 300 iron ingots. Or you might do something like, I'm going to give you 1,000 iron ore, and even though I should get 333 ingots back, the 33 is the tip for you taking the time out of your day to do the work. So I give you 1,000 iron ore, you give me 300 ingots back, and the other 33 ingots are the tip. It's the thank you. It's your cut. It's your percentage. No labor pots, but less tree nodes to hit reliably. Yes, exactly. That's also why gatherers are going to be able to see. People aren't ready for this. People aren't ready for this, and they need to get ready for it. Ashes of Creation is not going to be a game where the crafters dictate the world to the rest of the Artisan System. Crafters and processors. Crafters are going to dictate to processors. Processors are going to dictate to crafters. Crafters are going to dictate to customers. What I mean by that is, you guys know how it is. You guys know how it is in like Final Fantasy, Arcage, WoW. I'm trying to pick the big ones. Where you're on a route. You're on literally a gathering route. And when I need materials in certain games, I just put in a movie and I just run the route. Well, you're not going to be able to do that in Ashes because you hit this tree, you hit this tree, you hit this tree. Well, what tree do you go hit next? You got to go find the next tree. The difference is that most games have respawning immediately in the local area. In Ashes of Creation, the respawns are all over the world. So I hit a tree in the Arctic region, and then that tree may respawn on the other side of the planet. Well, if I clear out the entire Arctic region and nobody else is logging like hardcore at the moment, I may not get any respawns back for a while. I may have to go north out of the Arctic region into the mixed Arctic forest region and start logging up there. So then when I go back down into the pure Arctic region, my trees are back. Or there might not be any trees in the Arctic region. Or there might only be pine trees, and I need a different type of tree. So there's a lot of stuff we don't know. Now there is a question about the Artisan System, somebody just asked. And in order to avoid the same mistake we just had with the cosmetics, I don't have an answer for you. The reason why I don't have an answer for you is that the only question we have, or the only answer we have, is you can only master one side. You can only master one side of the Artisan System. I don't know if you can do anything on the other two. I originally was led to believe that you could do something on the other two. However, the quote actually says you can do things at the early tiers until you decide which one to master. So, will someone who has a lot of time gathering be a good way to go? I would say that. Ashes looks like a 3 alt account system. No. Ashes looks like a you should have friends system. I mean, think of it this way. You're not going to have 3 alts in Ashes and be self-sufficient. If you want to be self-sufficient in Ashes, you're going to have 3 mains, not a main and 2 alts. Because like I said, you're not going to be able to just go gathering on your main, because it always makes sense to do gathering on your main, since you're always you. You're not going to be able to do gathering on your main, bring that shit back to the freehold, just give it to an alt to process, and then just give it to an alt to craft. What's going to happen is your processor alt may not be able to make certain things because it hasn't gone and explored the world and explored social organizations and explored religions, and it's not leveled and it doesn't have horizontal progression. So sure, your processing alt that never leaves the freehold can make all the basic shit, but it can't make the good shit. And your crafting alt, who has never worked in the social organizations and who has never worked in the religions, doesn't have all the recipes. Certain gatherables are seen by certain level gatherers would be cool too. I believe that is one thing they do want to do. I believe that is one route they want to take. That'd be really neat if certain gatherables are only obtainable in certain nodes and biomes. I would imagine that they will stick with that plan. That idea works really well in Final Fantasy. You've seen that in most games. I mean, I believe WoW has gatherables that are only available in certain areas. Now, remember, it wouldn't be obtainable in certain nodes. It would be obtainable in certain biomes. And that's kind of how they want the world to work. You're probably not getting a lot of trees in the desert. Probably getting a lot of cactus. Probably getting a lot of rock. Probably getting a lot of minerals. Not saying minerals can't be everywhere, but they're probably more prevalent in the desert. Now, that's not to say that there might be cactuses in the desert. There might be cactuses in the desert, and they might have value. But you might have cotton in the desert, and I don't want to say might have cotton. You'd have cotton in the desert. Probably, wouldn't have very many tall trees, and probably wouldn't have like sequoias or redwoods or pines in the desert. You might have palms. They might have leaves on them that are valuable, but they probably won't have as much lumber. Is having certain materials in certain biomes the reason for caravans to send it to the other areas of the world? Yes, absolutely. Caravans are such an important aspect of Ashes of Creation that they don't want any region of the world to be self-sufficient. Not only do they not want any single region of the world to be self-sufficient, they don't want any node to be completely self-sufficient. Remember, the nodes don't have everything, even a metropolis. And people that, don't listen to Steven talk about this, even a metropolis will not have every single available building in it. The mayor gets access to constructible plots. As the node grows in stage, the node grows in size, in footprint, the number of constructible plots grows. The mayor can build more things. Oh, coffee. Show goes on. Thank you. Show goes on. Love and chat for my wife, Amir. She brought me coffee. A metropolis might not have a milling station and a carpenter station and a forge and a smelter and a tanning building and a leather workers crafting building and a, you know what I'm saying, and a mill for grain and a kitchen and a processing building for alchemy and a alchemist lab. You might, and this is why I've designed the nodes by the sea example to be an example of 3 nodes that are working together. You've got your vassal chain of nodes. That's that is a city, a stage 5 on the coast. There is a stage 4 town in the middle, and there's a stage 3 village at the end of the orange brick road. And these 3 nodes are all cooperating. Everybody always says that the nodes are going to be in rebellion with each other, and I'm like, whatever, if you feel that way. I feel that 3 nodes could have a very good working relationship, because here's why. The city on the coast has had to give up a constructible plot to build the harbor facility, the ship construction facility, the harbor, the shipbuilding building, whatever it is. They've had to give up a constructible plot for that. And then when they start looking at things, they say, you know, you look around us, while we have trees on our doorstep, the forest is on our doorstep, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to build a mill or a carpenter shop, even though we need a mill and we need a carpenter shop for the harbor, for the shipbuilding facility. It doesn't make a lot of sense for us to build that here. So we talk to the people in the village and in the town, and we say, do either of you have milling and carpentry facilities? And of course, the village at the end of the orange brick road says, yes, we do. Look at us. We're surrounded by trees. All we do. We're a town we're a village full of lumberjacks, man. It's how we make our money. And so the city says, all right, well, we're going to need a lot of lumber, and you're going to have a lot of customers up here. And they develop not only an official alliance, but a working relationship. And so because it's player-driven content and it's a player-driven world, as the mayor of the city on the coast, I make some decisions. I ask other guild leaders, all right, not other guild leaders, strike that. I ask the guild leaders of my node to help the node keep the orange brick road patrolled, because we have lumber shipments coming in. And then that town in the middle of the orange brick road, they have all the smelting facilities, because you can see there's hills. And although it's not the best way to do it, they'd already established themselves. So they have smelters, they have forges. I don't know where exactly they're getting all of their iron ore, but they're getting enough that they're a thriving node based around iron ore. And I say, okay, well, now as the mayor of the node by the sea, I don't need to have processing for wood or processing for iron. That frees up a lot of constructible buildings. So then I talk to those 2 mayors and I say, what is it necessarily you don't have? What don't you have? Because I don't need to build 4 buildings, maybe I do something like be a good mayor, be a good vassal mayor or a good parent mayor. And I say, what is it that you guys don't have that you need? And then they say, maybe it's an alchemy building. Maybe it's a marketplace. Well, they'd need a marketplace in their own node. Maybe it's a this, maybe it's a this. And I say, okay, because you guys saved me 4 buildings. You guys agree that you need an alchemy building. And so I say, I'll take care of that. Well, you guys saved, you 2 nodes saved me 4 buildings. That's easy for me to put in 1 building, and now everybody's happy. And now 46 Nation says protection from rival nodes. Exactly. somebody off the map to the south by southwest decides that that village is in their way. That village is in their way, and they want to siege it. Well, that's my lumber supplier. And so here's what happens. Some other group drops a siege flag on my kid. That's my kid, man. That's my village. That's my kid. I'm their parent. I am beholden and I am obligated to their success and their safety. This other village across the border, you see the colors underneath change. Like it's a different castle region, but zones of influence can cross castle regions. So they decide they want to siege that village, and then I'm like, no. So on siege day, man, these like 300 people show up to siege, and they're like, where the hell did all those defenses come from? Because I'm the parent node. I contacted the king and I said, hey, king, maybe I am the king. Hey, king, I have a problem. A village node is going to be attacked, and I need support. The king's like, shit, man, wait, aren't you Mayor Jahlon? Aren't you the mayor of the only shipbuilding node that I have in my region? Hold up. Shut up, fucking, I'm talking to the mayor. Shut up. Hold on, let's go to a different channel. Because you guys could imagine that on a Discord. And I say, yeah, I don't know what they're bringing. The king's like, no problem, I got you. What node is it? Give me the location. All right, I'm going into my king map now. I'm in my king map now. I'm gonna give them some gates. Oh shit. I'm gonna give them some gates. I'm gonna give some walls, and I'm gonna give them some siege equipment. Tell them that they've got some special blueprints. Okay, thanks. He's like, on what day is that gonna be? It's in 2 days. All right, we'll be there. That's called communication. That's called an MMORPG. That's called I can't do it all by myself. A parent node can register as defenders of a vassal node. Yes, anybody can register as an attacker or a defender of any node with the following exceptions. You are automatically registered as a defender to your node and your vassal chain up the food chain. However, so if the city by the sea gets sieged, everybody down the Orange Brick Road only can show up as defenders. They can't choose to rebel. They can't choose to be mutinous insurrection people. If they are a citizen of a vassal node, when the siege is declared, they are automatically registered as a defender. However, if you siege my child, I can most certainly show up as a defender. That village can also contact people, other random people, other guilds, other organizations. You can contract out help. You can ask for help. And that's going to be one of the interesting things when we look at this world. Let's use this world, guys. Even though these circles are for the starting areas, these areas are just mapping out sections of the world. You can go for help outside of that geographic circle. So imagine I'm down in my Arctic node and, it's me. And people are going to be like, oh, Jay. Someone's going to be like, we're sieging this node. Well, you contacted me first. You're aggressively sieging this node. Okay. You want my help? They might say, we want your help. They might say, we don't want your help. They might say, we want to pay you to stay out of it. They might say, we're tithing before we even drop the siege flag because we want to know that you're going to stay out of it. Or you might be sieging a node I have a nap with. And so you drop a siege flag, and then that, small guild, small mayor is like, hey, Jay, my node's under siege, and can you bring the crazy 88? Can you bring the 40 thieves? Can you bring the other 299 Spartans? I need help. And that's what's going to happen in this game. That's like in EVE Online, the single greatest what the fuck just happened in EVE Online is when you are 100% sure you have laid the trap. When you are 100% certain that you have laid the trap, you've baited the trap snaps closed, the Sino gets lit, the fleet jumps in, and you realize those aren't my mercenaries. Oh shit. What the fuck just happened? I think a big part of the fun will be being good at what you do, and then your friends, guild, alliances, parent, vassal nodes need to complement each other to maximize success. Yes, absolutely. There are a lot of people who still have it in their head that their guild is going to run their node. If there are 300 defenders, how did the 250 get chosen? You're crossing castle sieges and node sieges. There is no cap. There is no cap on node sieges. Castle sieges are fixed because castle sieges are one mechanic. Node sieges are a different mechanic. Ashes 101. Whoa. Ashes 101. Ashes 101 has a lot of information on the PvP, so you can swing by there. So we've got Lockheed Martin Galaxy Destroyer, model number 1 in the chat today. I thought of that one the other day. LMGD, Lockheed Martin Galaxy Destroyer, model number 1. Let's see. I think it's gonna. Oh, somebody said something about maps. I'm extremely excited for third-party apps made for AOC, like community websites with server node maps. So here's the thing. I like the way you phrase that. Third-party websites. Intrepid Studios isn't going to be supporting third-party shenanigans, but that doesn't mean that people won't be able to develop those tools for themselves. One node siege could involve a whole continent of people. Yes, it could. If a metropolis was being sieged, expect a metropolis to be in the realm of tens of thousands of, well, multiple thousands of people. It would be possible that depending on where the metropolis is located, it would not be outside of the realm of feasible that all 10,000 concurrent population players are all involved in the siege. And I say that because if you have a server that worked really, really hard to put 2 scientific metropolises in certain parts of the world in order to cut down travel time, and then somebody decided that they were going to siege that, I could imagine everybody getting involved. So 4 and 4. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget Saturday is a steampunk Saturday. I will be here on Saturday in steampunk garb, doing PvP because we've missed the other 2 PvP sessions this tournament. PvP is the fastest way for you to get you guys to get scrolls and gold. Uh-oh. Someone's kickstarting a heart. But yeah, so we're gonna do a little PvP on Saturday. I can't promise it'll be a full 4-hour show. I don't know exactly what time I'm gonna be starting. My daughter is having a sleepover. If you guys follow my show, you hang out with me often enough, you know my teenager, she was a bad girl. She got in trouble. She got in a whole lot of trouble. And she got in trouble. She got ungrounded, and then she got regrounded, and then she got grounded again. And I was really nice, Dad. My daughter's supposed to be grounded until April 25th. She's supposed to be grounded until April 25th, but I negotiated, and she understands. She understands that if she fucks up again, her phone's just gonna go in the garbage disposal. And we're gonna do, you know that song, Let's Do the Fork in the Garbage Disposal? We're gonna do the phone in the garbage disposal. Ting, 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 ting. So Has there ever been any mention of the ability for players to make music like could be done in ArcAge? I know copyright would be an issue, but that's one of the things. Yes, MML is something that they've talked about. However, it's not on the launch roadmap. It's something we want to do, but it may be a quality of life thing later. You hit the nail on the head with the copyright issue. MML, music macro language, is really, really cool, except they have to make sure that they do what ArcAge did, and they have a box that disables player-made music for streamers. Otherwise, then I end up getting hit with a copyright claim, and I'm like, well, this is bullshit. By the way, guys, I wanted to say something. Somebody is trying to go after Twitch. Tencent has released the Trovo creator program, and you can make a fuck ton of money. If you're a content creator, and you want to try to make a fuck ton of money streaming, let me know. Wow. Oof. So if you're a content creator, I'm gonna link this here. And I'm gonna link this elsewhere. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not going anywhere. Twitch treats me very well. I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem with Twitch. I've never had a problem with Twitch. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think my contract actually precludes me from streaming on other platforms. I've been through my contract like 8 times, and I don't think mine precludes me from doing that. But I have no desire to do anything other than Twitch. I'm happy on Twitch. You guys are happy on Twitch. It's like that scene from Suicide Squad where you're meeting the Joker, and you got that guy, and he's like, I'm making you a lot of money. I'm making me a lot of money. And, the Joker's like, I love this guy. He's so intense. I'm happy. But for small streamers that are trying to build, exposure, this isn't a bad idea. You lost me at 10 cent. Yeah, I will say I am not a big fan of 10 cent. I am not a big fan of 10 cent, but somebody asked, can you set up your own custom paths? You can off-road with your caravan all you want. You can build your caravan to be an off-road caravan. You can put an off-road axle, off-road chassis, off-road wheels, off-road everything, off-road mounts. It depends on how you build it. So that's gonna be a key part of that. Stand up, my back's hurting. Now somebody asked the question, and how will recompense the players involved in the battle? The NPC gives the missions by themselves, or depends from the leader of the node. If you're talking about the siege, it's not a PvE event. A siege is a PvP event. There will be objectives. There will be meaningful objectives that you want to capture. One of those is for the attackers. Each ward, each district of the node is going to have an NPC in it. And if they manage to push their way inside the node and they kill that NPC, then their respawn timer goes down and their respawn becomes closer. For the defenders, you can push out to the attackers' campaign headquarters. If you destroy their campaign headquarters, you can significantly increase their respawn time. If not, and we don't have all the rules, and Steven has talked about bits and pieces here, but I push out from the node, I destroy your advanced post, and then I get all the way back to where your siege flag is. Even though the siege is supposed to take 2 hours, If I can get all the way to the point, I might be able to destroy your siege declaration flag and force your siege to end early. But we don't have all of the rules for node sieges yet. Also, Samanti, about the trade routes. Trade deals between nodes may or may not spawn bridges and specific roads. So that's another thing we're still waiting on. The mayors can't force roads and bridges to spawn. Bridges and roads spawn automatically in the world, based on the way the world shapes and the way the world develops. China's largest company has been quietly testing a mobile-focused streaming network via an affiliate in the U.S. since at least March. Initially called Madcast and now branded Trovo Live, the new service closely resembles Twitch in its appearance and functionality. Yeah, here's what Trovo is ultimately trying to do. Trovo is trying to become a competitor to... Shush. We're not moving. We signed contracts. Your contract includes kibble. You do too get kibble. You get meaty bites too. Every night. Yeah. He didn't like the idea that he only gets the meaty bites at night. But I understand that everyone's trying to take a bite. I understand that everyone's trying to take a bite out of Twitch. The problem is that, yeah, exactly. A foreign soil-based company that is looking to get into your personal information is a big no for me. Yeah. I mean, especially Tencent. Especially in an actively hostile country. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, guys, during my military career, I was supposed to travel to a country. And that country, in order for me to come to that country, they sent me a visa application. When I sent it back to legal and I said, I don't need a visa. If they're inviting me, I'm covered under SOFA, the Status of Forces Agreement. And they sent it back to me. They're like, you have to fill this out. I started filling it out, and it was like your name, social, blah, blah, blah. I was like, fine, because they're going to get all that crap anyway on my orders. I'm going through, and it's like wife's name, line through, wife's birth date, line through, wife's social security number, line through, shit, fuck all that, line through all that. Your kids' stuff, you don't need that. I sent it back. The installation deployment officer sent it back to me, and he's like, you need to fill this out. And I said, no, I don't. And I sent it back to him. I said, process the visa. They said, well, they won't process the visa like that. I said, well, then I'm not coming to their country. The IDO sends it back to me and says, you have to fill this out. And I said, I don't want to like be mean to you or be condescending, but you've been in IDO for like 6 months. I was a IDO for like 4 years. I don't need to fill this form out. This is not a required form. And he's like, well, it needs to be filled out. It's in the deployment orders. I said, fine, then you fill it out. Well, I don't have that information. Exactly. That's information that you don't have and you don't have access to. Therefore, you don't need it. And therefore, they don't need it either. And I ended up going to legal. I ended up going to the Area Defense Council and retaining a lawyer and saying, I'm not giving a hostile country my wife's name and birth date and social security number and my kids' names and birth dates and social security numbers. And I said, I'm not giving this information, period. So there's no need to call them and ask them why they want it, because I don't give a fuck why they want it. They're not getting it. And then later on, they were like, if one of your parents is not American born, you must give us, I was like, there is no way in God's green earth that you're even going to force me to give you my wife and my kids' information. But I can't legally give you my father's information. I can't legally give you that. And you can't legally require me, because be like, oh, I have to give it to you. Well, you call him and ask him for it. Well, you call him. He's your father. Yeah, he's my father. And he's 6 foot and he can kick my ass. You call him. It's like, my father is a great dude. My father is an amazing man. My father is the kind of dude that will like protect his son to the point where People showed up at my dad's house to ask him questions about me for one of my security clearances, and they literally said, "Do you know Jahlon?" And my dad's like, "Never heard of him." My fucking father, because he didn't know who the people were and what they didn't show any badges, didn't show any identification. I didn't know they were going there. That was my whole family, man. Like, if you ever watched The West Wing with President Santos and how he's talking about when he was getting his security clearance, that's how my family was like. Them showing up at people's places. Hey, do you know a guy named Jahlon? Never heard of him. Like, how about you? Hi, I'm from this organization and I'm asking you about Jahlon because it's for his, security clearance. Oh, okay, then yeah, I've heard of him. But you don't need this third world country doesn't need you don't need my what do you need my wife's birthday for? Are you going to send her flowers? Are you going to send what do you because especially since you already are going to have my home address on my orders. What do you need my wife's information for? I was like, and I ended up not going. It's like, sorry, I'm going to be a giant pain in the ass. And then when I became a giant pain in the ass, they didn't want me. Oh, this guy's a pain in the ass. Since we're on that real quick, I don't know how it is in Europe. I mean, I know how it is, but I don't 100% remember like your personal citizen ID number. When you fill out paperwork, don't ever put your fucking social security number on paperwork. They don't need it. They don't need it. What's your social security number? You don't need it. What do you need it for? And then the best part is when it's on a pen and ink form, they're like, I need your social security number. Before I can give you my social security number, I need to see your storage facility for social security information. That freaks people the fuck out because they don't know who you are. Excuse me? Well, you do understand. Just make sure you can spout some shit. Well, you do realize that in accordance with this document, you need to have certain storage facilities established for information, personalized information, personal identification information. And I'm looking at a bunch of open file cabinets that I'm watching everybody and their brother get in and out of. Is that where are you putting my social security number in that cabinet? Because none of those cabinets look locked. This facility doesn't look secured. And you're putting my social security information in on the same form that you want my name, address, birth date, phone number, and my social security number. Nah, it doesn't work for me. You don't need it. Well, I need it. You don't. I'm sorry, you don't need it. What do you need it for? Well, we need it in case you don't pay your bill. You have my address. Send me a bill. People just, I'll give it to you. Here's my name, address. Here's my mother's maiden name. Here's the first street I grew up on. Here's my first pet's name. Here's my favorite teacher in grade school. Here's my maternal grandfather's middle name. Here's my paternal grandmother's first name. Like, fucking don't put that shit on those forms. Fucking who cares? It's always so disheartening to see how much stupid and useless crap people load onto their phones without knowing who owns the software. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. Alrighty. Wow, man, it is hot in here today. Yeah. Is that what you're crying about? You guys hear him? You guys can't see him. He's like interrupting the show. Meow. Pipe down. I love my cat. I love all four of my cats. We were really scared that other day because our daughter's cat is past the prime of her life, and we were afraid she'd run off and die. And so you can't hear him. It's probably because my mic is cutting. Because I have a noise gate on my mic, he's probably not loud enough to trigger it. So let's see. What else, guys? What else? Years ago, I was applying for a higher security clearance. My grandmother was alive back then and about 86 years old. She came to the U.S. from Greece when she was 14, only returned to Greece twice in that time. They said it would be an issue because I was close to her. I asked how people get that level of clearance when they marry, and this is a stereotypical of sailors, a Filipino or Japanese national. Long story short, I didn't need or end up getting that clearance. Oops. I gave a better one, Sparky. I give you a better one, because you never be ashamed of who you are, where you come from. My wife's deceased brother. Now listen to what I'm saying, Sparky. My wife's deceased brother, deceased before we got married, had a criminal record. My security clearance on my 10-year re-up got delayed and in flagged because a man that I had never known, that I had never met, and who was not alive at any time while I was married to my wife, flagged my security clearance at my 10-year mark, even though my wife was no longer in the military. And this is why our government is the biggest bureaucracy on the planet, because that should literally be like, this doesn't matter. While your bro was getting his, you were in Moscow. Yeah, I'm sure your brother appreciated you. That's like when the commander says, why does your wife not want to be part of the, I'm going to assume FRG, I'm going to assume that's like the spouses club. And you tell him because she doesn't want to and will not tell me why. Then he tells you he wants you to bring in your wife to explain it to him. I told my police platoon sergeant, I am not legally responsible for what she says. She went up one side of the commander and down the other, then stormed out of the building. Nice. Fleet readiness group. Okay. It was funny. My wife was a senior airman. My wife was an E4 when I was a lieutenant. That caused us all sorts of grief. But my wife, our commander didn't have a spouse. Our OPSO's spouse didn't want to be the head of the spouses club. Not the spouses club. I don't want to say club because it's not a club. It's the spouses group. It's an actual organization. The Key Spouse Program. And if you've ever seen in the movies, like a good movie for this is We Were Soldiers, where the colonel's wife is delivering all the death notices. That's not a really good example, because that would, in the modern era, that would never happen. But the key spouse thing is an important part of the organization. My wife because I was the next senior officer in line, they set up my commander set up an appointment with my wife. My wife left work, put on civilian clothes, showed up at my organization, and then the secretary had forgotten to call my wife to say the commander needed to reschedule. And my wife, being military, closed her mouth, left. But when they said, well, when would you like to reschedule? She says, I wouldn't. And she left. And I get called to my commander's office, and the commander says, why won't your wife reschedule? I said, sir, my wife won't reschedule because your E4 of a secretary disrespected my E4 of a wife, because she's not even smart enough to realize she's wasting another military member's time. So there's a reason why nobody wants to do this program. And then the commander he was like, oh. I'm kind of sketched on most things asking for my info. I gave up a good paying job since they wanted all my social media account names, social security number, my mom's dad's location of birth. Looked at a thumbtack form and I immediately burnt that bridge. No way in hell am I giving you my life story for an IT job. That social media thing is a big one. I got asked all the time for all my social media stuff, and I was like, if you want it, go find it. And so people, like, it was funny because I was like, it was like when you hear these funny stories about the cops and they're chasing somebody, and they can't find the person, and the cops will seriously be like, either Marco, and the person hiding will be like Polo, or the cop will yell out, knock knock, and the person's like, who's there? They're hiding in the bush. And those stories are real, folks. That's how stupid criminals are. But yeah, people would send me messages like, if you want to find me on social media, you find me. They'd send me a message that says, I found you. Delete. I didn't respond to it. Then the person would be like, well, I found you on social media. No, you haven't. No, I found you. No, you haven't. Well, no, that's your account. Is it? Well, I sent you a message. Never got it. They send me another one. Delete. I'm not gonna fucking answer you. I don't want you to find me. I can see your name, stupid. I know it's you. I'm not gonna answer. What the fuck's wrong with you? Not to change the subject. Don't ever feel bad about changing the subject. But what if you're interested? What if someone is interested in joining your guild when Ashes goes live? I will be talking about my guild when the time is right. When I've been in Alpha 1 and I've been live streaming it and I can get things together. Now, I will say I'm a little bit further behind than I would have liked to have been. But that's because my wife pointed out to me the other day. She's like, you haven't led a guild in a while. She said, you haven't led a guild in a while. I said, yeah, man, but where is everybody? It's only been like 1 or 2 years. And my wife was like, honey, it's been 5. It's been 5 since you were running a guild. Because life and things and stuff. I was like, shit, I'm going to have to rebuild from like the ground up. So it's going to start a little sooner than I thought. I'm hoping a game comes out like Elyon, just so we have something to play, just so I can start seeing people and playing. The older you get, the quicker it goes. You know, the days go by good and the years go by fast, to be completely honest. My wife was Navy 3rd Class Master at Arms and E4. When I picked up Chief, people were congratulating her on our promotion. She was polite but informed that while she could support me, she could not add or detract from the events that led to my promotion. Yeah, I mean, like, somebody congratulated my wife on me making captain. And my wife was like, yeah, he did a good job. And I mean, I actually had to board the captain. I was one of the 2-year groups when the military was getting full. I had to board the captain. I went through a fucking promotion board for captain, and then I was laughing. I had a really good relationship with my wing leadership. I said to my wing commander, he and I were talking after our meeting I had to give him, and he was always interested in my career and my future. And he said, yeah, good job on making captain. I said, sir, I didn't rape anybody, and I didn't get a DUI. I didn't get an Article 15. It really wasn't that much of competition, sir. The people who didn't make captain had have a rape charge, a DUI, and the one dude doesn't speak English. You had 22 officers being promoted, and you had 18 promotes. 3 of them were automatically DQs. I mean, congratulations. I wasn't 19th place. Like, what the fuck? People are congratulating my wife. Aren't you proud of him? I was like, yeah, I'm proud of it. It's kind of what he does. It's kind of what he does. He gets promoted. Your gaming PC is almost done. The 3080 has been ordered and waiting on it. Once it's in, I'll check out the normal work hours and go back to home part-time. Nice. Nice. President Jahlon, in 2024, when I'm the president, gaming graphics cards will be tax deductible. It'll actually be a question on the 1040. Did you buy a graphics card this year? Yes. How much did it cost? Tax deductible. Take this dollar amount directly off your income for the year. Why? Because if you just bought a brand new high-end gaming card, you're staying the hell off the streets. You're not burning anything down. You're gaming. Hey man, we're gonna go riot in downtown Urban City. You're gonna go riot in downtown Urban City. You guys have fun with that. I have a 3080. You bought a 3090 a month ago. Yeah, my PC is coming My PC is coming hopefully soon. I will ping Origin. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Sorry. My legal team is fucking weird. My legal team is fucking weird, right? My lawyer, who charges a obscene amount of money, okay? My attorney charges an obscene amount of money. My attorney also works in the middle of the night. And I saw that email come in. I've got this bad habit. I have this bad habit of I open up emails and then they pop into my head. So hold on. I need to okay. Yeah. My attorney said due to not being able to go into the courtroom, is really rough. Is really rough. I didn't manage to get a new AMD CPU because it's not selling in my country yet, so I had to use the 3900 AMD. Oof. Speaking of promotion, my World of Tanks client is talking about promoting me from junior officer to personnel officer. So more responsibility and the same zero pay. Yeah, that's the nice thing about promotions. I hope Congress gets rid of the newish tax on graphics cards imported from China. 25% import tax is a huge slap in the face to gamers. So, you know what I think would be a great fucking move? I think what would be a great fucking move is if American companies would actually, move manufacturing back to America. Not to go too political here, but most Americans, your fucking hardship in life is because you didn't pay attention for 30 years. You didn't analyze, you didn't adapt. You didn't get skill sets designed for what's new in life. And now all the jobs you're qualified to do have been outsourced to third world countries. I have no problem on the import tax for goods from China. The problem is that the import tax on goods from China isn't going to help anybody because there are no like items from another source. So if you're putting a protective tariff on goods, it's because we're back in the 70s, we're back in the 80s, we're in the early 90s, where American steel is $41 a ton and Japanese steel is $22 a ton, and you're putting a tariff up to try to protect American manufacturing. Problem is we don't have American manufacturing anymore. Just like all the Canadians. I was reading the Canadian thing today when I was, doing show prep. Canada's upset because of Trump's trade agreement stuff that vaccines can't leave the United States to go to Canada or Mexico. And now, I don't think a Canadian life is worth any less than an American life. I do not think that a Canadian life is worth any less than an American life. But Canadians, I need you to understand, when your argument is we need our fair share of the vaccines made in North America because 143 Canadians are dying a day, really not a good compelling argument to make to the country where 4,000 people are dying a day. We need that vaccine more than you because never fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? It was like a really, really bad fucking political argument. It's like, why don't we not have stupid arguments? Stupid arguments are bad. Let's have good arguments. I like good arguments. Oh, look at that bomb. I really didn't get it done. Oh my god. It didn't pop nothing. I see something about enlisting in officers. I will get there. Oh my god, we got an ice paladin versus a guy up top. You like bacon? I like bacon too. I like bacon in my burritos. I make a killer breakfast burrito. My wife loves them. So, all right. Let's do this. Okay. There were people making a fucking scene over not being saluted when they entered the base in their car because their spouse is an officer, and it got so bad our 06 literally called up every division, enlisted and military, and spoke to them in person about reining in their spouse's entitlement before he had to start taking them to task for their spouse's behavior as in their sponsors. Yeah. Those are called dependosauruses. My wife was really great at handling dependosauruses. People would be like, do you know who my husband is? My wife would be like, no. Well, my husband is, and she'd be like, congratulations, your husband is a nameless nobody who isn't in my chain of command. So sit down and shut up. And then they'd call their spouse, and their spouse would walk in, and they like the best fucking ever was my wife was in E4. I was in E6. I hadn't gotten my commission yet. And my wife can't leave the clinic because some fucking idiot is making a scene. And my wife and I have to be somewhere. And the Dependosaurus is sponsor is an E5. My wife didn't want to get anybody else involved. My wife just calls me. I walk in. The wife's being ridiculous. The husband walks in. And she's like, see, my husband's an E5. And the husband's just got this look of horror on his face. And I'm just standing there. And I look at the lady and I'm like, well, I'm an E6 and I outrank him. And I'm ordering him to take you out of here. And you can't. And he's like, yes, honey, he can. And I looked at her and I said, if you ever come back to the clinic and act like this again, I'm going to cancel your medical benefits. You're not going to get anything. And he's going to get kicked out of the military. It's just going to be that done of a deal. In fact, you should probably not come on base again. In fact, your husband should probably bring the kids to the clinic. You shouldn't. And they left. Got a call from that guy. He was like, thank you so much for putting my wife in line because she was getting out of control. And nobody ever wants to just put people in their place. Lady, shut the fuck up. You're a nobody. You're a civilian. And he's an E5. Congratulations. He's an E5. He represents like the bulk of the workforce in the military. Congrats. The problem was U.S. citizens paid the upfront and now had to pay an arm and a leg for what they developed, while places like Canada and EU nations just get to reap the rewards without suffering any of the downsides. No, that's not true. Not for EU. EU and Canada were both kicking into the World Health Organization, and America stopped paying into the World Health Organization. And people forget that the World Health Organization sent us a whole shit ton of testing kits. Also, Americans didn't pay the upfront cost of shit in the vaccines. U.S. citizens didn't pay the upfront cost of that shit. And I know a lot of people like to say, well, I paid for it because my tax dollars paid for it. You paid tax dollars. Your money was gone. You weren't going to get a rebate. If they didn't spend that money on giving billions of dollars to all these different pharmaceutical companies, they were going to spend it somewhere else, probably on 8 bombs that they were going to drop somewhere in Libya or Syria. So technically, no, the U.S. citizens didn't pay the upfront cost. You pay taxes. Now, I don't often agree with mayors, but I do agree with Mayor Cuomo. I do agree with Mayor Cuomo and his bullshit that New York is paying a fuck ton of money in federal taxes, and then like Kentucky is getting a fuck ton of money in federal taxes. I don't understand how Kentucky can get like 5 times their GDP and Kentucky still be a shithole. Okay. I don't understand how you can have that much money coming into your state from the federal government and your state is still a shithole. But you know what, guys? That's why we need President Jahlon. And then we need to go from President Jahlon to just King Jahlon, because a king can fix things a whole lot faster. Because this is bullshit. This is honestly bullshit. And that's just how I feel. Let's see. Speaking of I stood post. It would happen. I told them their salute was at the end of many different commissioning programs. If they came back with a commission, I would gladly have their salute waiting. Yeah. Kings can be head people. Pretty standard. Yes. One word. Leadership. Yes. Leadership, nobody has it anymore. My entire state is a shithole. Hey, not my entire state is a shithole. If you're in Kentucky, your state's a shithole. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not much better. I'm from Illinois, but yeah. Come on. 1 year of tax, $134 billion. What did $134 billion? It's just mostly, okay. It's the people. The countryside is beautiful. It's just the people that make Kentucky a shithole. Agreed. So, what else, guys? What else? What was my take on the Reddit post about racial benefits? Let's see. We can pop into that. One of these is for Reddit. Not that one. There we go. Just a little rant against racial benefits. Did anyone ever like to be forced onto a certain race to play a class to its full potential? Because I certainly did not. Races should be entirely cosmetic. Maybe have a different base stats, which gets negligible in the end game. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I mean, no. I mean, hold up a second. Let me, I'm still here. I haven't left. I have to renumber these books. I moved the bookshelf. Phase World and okay. So, tabletop game. Riffs. When I make a human, I roll. Oh, where are the stats? When I make a human, I roll 3d6 for all of my stats. Because I'm a human. And that's pretty standard, right? It's pretty standard in MMOs. You roll 3d6. However, I'm going to go to my favorite class, my favorite race ever in any game. And my favorite race in any game is called a silhouette. And a silhouette rolls 4d6 for IQ, rolls 3d6 for endurance, rolls 3d6 plus 6 for mental affinity, rolls 3d6 for physical strength, rolls 3d6 plus 6 for physical prowess, rolls 3d6 plus 6 for physical endurance, rolls 3d6 plus 6 for physical beauty, and rolls a 4d6 for speed. Now, let me tell you that my GM for Riffs allowed me to play a silhouette. I played a silhouette because I really liked the race, and I didn't really get a lot of time to play in Riffs. I was always the GM. So when one GM ran, he's like, yes, you can play silhouette, because I know you're going to ask. Does that mean that I have a distinct advantage? Yes, it does. You know what? You're supposed to. So when this person says, because I certainly did not, well, okay, your anecdotal evidence has just been canceled out by my anecdotal evidence. Races should be entirely cosmetic. No, I disagree with you. Maybe have different base stats. Again, no, I disagree with you. If you're going to have, watch this. If you're going to have every race have the same stats, then why the fuck are we spending millions, big M, millions of dollars on development? If you want to have everybody have the same stats and the same abilities, make everybody a fucking human and have it a human-only world and press and go. Because guess what? People want to not be a human. Furthermore, with racial augments, there will be a change in the playstyle. As someone who likes to play only one character, this is awful. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. After this, because of this. The fact that there are racial augments has nothing to do with the fact that you only play one character. Imagine this. You are a new and naive player. You level 200 plus hours to reach max level. You realize your race sucks for your class. I would literally uninstall at that point. Bye. Thanks for playing. You paid $15 for your 1 month. Bye. And what? And what? This is actually absolutely the worst way to make an argument, period, ever, dot. Because this is my ball, and we're going to play basketball, but I didn't get picked first, so I'm going to take my ball and go home. I'm going to throw the ball out of the pram. So, like, this is the standard textbook raising your child bullshit, where I tell people all the time, I am not father of the year material. All of my daughter's friends are like, your dad is so cool. Your dad, I tell my daughter, your dad is so cool from the outside looking in, but if they get to know me, they're going to be like, your dad's an asshole. And I don't have a problem with that. I'm your parent. I'm not your goddamn friend. Your mom can be your friend. I'm your fucking parent. Okay. This is that I throw my ball out of the crib, or I throw my stuffed animal out of the crib. I get up and I walk over and I hand you your stuffed animal and I say, don't do that again. And then before I'm even out of the room, you throw the stuffed animal back out of the crib. And I get up and I bend over, I pick up the stuffed animal, I walk in and I say, last time, do it again, it's going to sit on the floor. And before I'm even out the door, the stuffed animal's out of the crib and I say, bye child, bye stuffed animal, I'll see you in the morning. Good night. I leave. Guess what happens? My kid hoots and hollers and screams for an hour and then goes to sleep. And guess what? That fucking stuffed animal still on the fucking floor in the morning when I go in there to get her out of her crib. Same thing here. I'm gonna uninstall your game if you don't change it. Fine, fuck you, bye. And then what? Because remember, guys, I try to teach you young pups. Some of you are older than me, but the older people all agree with me. I try to teach the young pups some stuff here about the and then. You get to make one move in a chess match, and then I get to make a move. Whenever you make a move, you need to be like, this is my move, and then you get a move, and then I get another move. So you've done a rant, just a little rant against racial benefits. End of rant. First of all, nobody gives a shit. Nobody honestly gives a shit about your rant. Okay? Nobody honestly gives a shit about your rant. That's like then that leads to the, well, then all skills should do the exact same amount of damage. And all armor should have the same amount of mitigation. And all weapons should have the same amount of DPS. Then what the fuck are we playing? We're playing a MOBA. Okay? We're playing a MOBA at that point. And then let me even in a MOBA. Like I was playing Heroes of the Storm, and I know some of you don't like Heroes of the Storm, and that's fine. You don't have to like it. It's the game I like. And you're going to try to use a League of Legends example or a Han, and I'm not going to know them because I don't know those characters. And somebody got mad, and we were talking after a game, and they're like, I don't understand how you can dive in 5v1 in close, and if I dive in 5v1, I die. Well, because we're not playing the same character. And they're all at mostly dead, and that's my job. I'm a closer. I'm Artanis. I jump in, I get shields, I kill people, I do big damage. You're not a closer. You're poke. You're poke. It's your job to get them low enough that I can go in and close. You're ranged. I'm melee. I have shields. You have no defense. You have all damage abilities. I have damage reposition. You see what I'm saying? We have different roles. We do things differently. So, yeah, if you're going to say, well, I'm going to take my ball and go home, let's just save us all the problem. Just go home. Just go home. I want to be a dwarf board. Is that optimal? No, but it seems fun. Yeah, coffee is for closers. Oxcorp 2001, you are awesome, because most people don't know where that comes from, but put the coffee down. Coffee is for closers. You think I'm kidding? Your name's Levine? Are you a man? Your race sucks for your class is just the wrong mindset. Here's the thing. If your race sucks for your class, Intrepid Studios has done a horrible. Did I say a horrible? Because if your race sucks for your class, then Intrepid Studios has done a shit design. Your race isn't optimal for stats for your class, but through proper gearing, proper crafting dials, you have changed the issue, and your racial augments make up the difference. I would get an alt. With my better understanding of the game, you could shave some of that time. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, guys, I am going to be right back, and then we are going to stay on this topic. We've been live for just about 2 hours. I have to go take care of something real quick. Grab yourself a coffee, grab yourself a water, take a stretch. We're going to stay on this race thing, in-game race thing, but I will be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. I need to take care of something really quickly. Let's see. Does the ranter think that the development team just randomly created the game mechanics? The system as presented was designed to be a certain way because they designed the game. If you want a game that's different, fund your own development game, maybe. Yeah, I agree. And let me say, if I win both of the lottos this week and I have about $1 billion sitting around, I'll open my own game studio. But yeah. Ultimately, when people start with that shit, that's exactly the answer. If you don't like it, okay, because when people start the bullshit with, well, racial min-maxing, blah blah blah. You choose to min-max. Okay, you choose to min-max. Just because, and I'm going to use WoW, and I'm going to pick on WoW for a second, just because WoW horribly balanced their racial abilities. Like, one racial ability can cannibalize people and get food or get health and mana back, and another race can get like stun immunity. Okay, that is in no way equalized. That is in no way balanced. Not a bit, not even a little bit. There is no balance there. Okay, so just because other games have done it poorly, Final Fantasy XI punished the shit out of you if you took the wrong class, took the wrong race for the class. Now, Final Fantasy XI had the advantage that you could change your main class so your character wasn't wasted. But when somebody says, what if I play 200 plus hours to reach max level, and you realize your race sucks for your class? I don't understand that mentality, because what you're saying there is Intrepid has done such a horrible job of building their game that this race class combination is so horrible it's unplayable. Well, then that's when you contact Intrepid and you say, hey man, why can Renkai even be clerics? Because Renkai as clerics are completely ineffective. And that's when Intrepid looks back at you and says, well, we just did a sneak peek at your build, and your build absolutely sucks. And it's not the race, it's not the class. You're telling me, so what you're ultimately telling me is, hold on, I gotta grab it. I gotta take one. I gotta take one number off. So let me do 8 times 3 times 4 times 7 times 15 times 3. So you're telling me that with 30,000, and this, guys, this is real fucking talk. This is a real fucking number. You're telling me with 30,240 combinations of class, social organization, node citizenship, religion, main weapon type, and armor type, you're telling me with 30,240 combinations for your specific race, for a specific archetype. Now, if they want to get to the point where they're like, my class, well, fuck you and your class discussion. You don't worry about the 8 classes that your archetype has. You worry about the archetype and you build accordingly. Yes, absolutely. If you're a Renkai healer, then it is completely possible that a Renkai makes a completely shit shaman. That is what happens when you have 272,160 combinations for race inside of an archetype. Okay? But you're telling me out of 30,240 you can't overcome some stat difficulties? Come on. There are roughly 2 racials per ability per class. No, we don't know that. And you have 32-ish abilities. You have 40-ish abilities. You really think all 64 racials for your specific class are going to suck or be powerful? It's completely possible that the racials are a school. We don't have that level of information yet. All I can say is we don't have that level of information yet. Once we have it, once we have that level of information, the show is probably going to have like 2,000 viewers, and we're going to be like theory crafting into the bottom. I'm going to be doing one thing on a screen, and like other people are going to be doing the same thing with other, yeah. Buckle up, Dorothy, because Kansas is going bye-bye. There's going to be people replicating what I'm doing on screen. And this is really what's going to make it fun for me. When I get idiots like this, that are like, well, did anyone ever like to be forced onto a certain race to play a class to its fullest potential? Sounds like you don't know how to fucking play video games, man. Sounds like you don't know how to think outside the box. Because I have done shit that's gone against the grain. And I've done shit that's gone against the grain and has become the new meta. Shit, I remember Tamir is actually responsible for designing a meta for Final Fantasy XIV, the Binding Coils of Bahamut turn 1. She created the meta for placement for when the snake splits and you have to deal with this splitting snake. She, a gamer with very little, she figured something out and she said, this is how I did it. Because we cleared it one time with no wipes. And I said, how the fuck did we do that? She explained what I did. I said, guys, here's the new meta. Boom. Here it is. And within 2 weeks, everybody was using our strat because it was so simple. It was so simple. And I was like, that's amazing. And it was great. You got to think outside the box, man. You got to think outside the box. And then people who want to say, well, I never had fun. Man, I'm playing a VEC. I am playing a VEC. I don't know what I'm going to play yet, but I'm playing a VEC. I want to play the race, so I will find the class that I enjoy most with that race. But when somebody says, did anyone ever like to be forced onto a certain race to play a class to its fullest potential? You're never forced to do that. You want to do that. You want to min-max. If min-maxing is your goal, then you're gonna play. Then you don't give a shit about your race. You don't give a shit about your parents. You give a shit about your stats. And it's fine to be a min-maxer. It's fine to be a cheese monkey. There's nothing wrong with being a cheese monkey. There's nothing wrong with being a min-maxer. I hate when people get on top of min-maxers and say, that ain't good. Oh, edit. Please let us change our race from time to time. That would help a lot. No, fuck you. No. Fuck you and no. It's like, this is the dude walking into the pizza joint saying that he doesn't like pizza and he wants you to serve Chinese food. If you don't like the way the game is being presented, then don't play the fucking game. But you want to change. You want to make choice meaningless. He or she wants to make choice meaningless. That's why MMOs suck right now, because choice doesn't matter. And I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of race not mattering. I'm glad Intrepid is doing what they're doing. If you've played for 50 hours and you haven't figured out that you're not in the most optimal combination, and sure, there's 9 races. Maybe Renkai aren't very good mages. Okay, well, make a decision. Do you want to be a Renkai or do you want to be a mage? I want to be a mage. Then go re-roll to a class. That does better at mages. You want to be a Renkai? Well, then re-roll and pick a different class that suits Renkai. Well, I want to be a Renkai mage. Well, then figure out how to make it work and stop your bitching. Quit your bitching and figure out how to make it work. Do you think you could get to max level in 200 hours? It's about 270, give or take. About 270 hours to get to max level. They gave an estimate on augments for secondary classes. You get 4 augments per secondary class. And then even that, I'm not sure if that's going to survive contact. You might have 3 secondary archetypes that go well with your primary plus race choice. Exactly. You have to realize that you get 8 classes. You get 8 classes. Figure out which one makes it work. Maybe as a Renkai cleric, you don't ever have to run tank because you have enough hit points that you can run something else. Maybe as a Vec cleric, you do run tank because you don't have enough hit points and running tank gives you enough damage mitigation. But the other thing is, we don't even know what we don't know yet. We don't know what we don't know. So we have no idea. We have no idea what we have to figure out. We don't know what we have to learn. So boom. Here we go. Money. Actually, that's not money. That's a fight. Not knowing what you don't know is a big problem sometimes. I agree, but it also makes it fun. Are you worried about being good or having fun? I don't know those two. I know those two don't have to be mutually exclusive. You know, I always say this: be good or be good at it. Be good or be good at it. I'm not worried about being good or having fun. I'm simply not. I am not worried about being good or having fun. I have fun. I play to have fun. And by having fun, being good is having fun. Clearing content is having fun. So I'm not worried. Plus the fact it's a fucking game. Okay, can we just like take a giant step back for sanity's sake, just to start off with? I'm not worried because it's a fucking game, right? It's a game. And I'm gonna have fun no matter what I do. I have a great group of friends who are gonna show up no matter what I do. No matter what I do, my group of friends are gonna show up, right? And I'm gonna have fun with that. I'm going to have an absolute blast with my friends. We may never clear a single piece of content. We may never take a castle. I may never be a mayor. You know, I may never have those things, but I'm going to have a fuck ton of fun trying to get there. If you want a power game, disregard looks and race. If you care about being pretty, do that. But I understand the sentiment when in Classic it takes you 5 weeks to find a raid run for Nelf Priest when a Dwarf Priest gets messaged before reaching max level. Yeah, but then again, that doesn't have to do with the concept of race. That doesn't have to do with the concept of what the person's talking about. That has to do with the concept of Ashes of Creation. That has to do with Ashes of Creation being different than WoW. Like I said, Final Fantasy 11 did things radically different than Final Fantasy 14. And Final Fantasy 11, if you're a Gelka white mage, you're having a really shitty time. If you're a Taru white mage, you're living your best life. And people will say, well, as a Galka, you never have to worry about dying because you have so many extra hit points. I'm a white mage. I have an infinite amount of hit points. I just need to not die in one hit. I need to know how to play my class. So yeah, that person's concern. Speaking of which, why is my thread not there? Where is my post from this morning? Why doesn't it show up? Did it get downvoted that bad already? What the hell? So, seeing your new video, never really thought that the skins work like that, so I think you're good. Good. Unfortunately, some people did think the skins worked like that, including some people that because you know I'm like the most vocal community leader, and unfortunately, we've given that answer to a lot of people, and some people on the video have already commented that they didn't make purchases. Tay was one. I mean, put it this way, Tay is a Phoenix Initiative backer. He has a direct line into Intrepid. He could have asked the question for clarification, and he didn't because he thought it worked the way we thought. So people with the Phoenix Initiative, which is the big dollar pack, they thought it worked the same way. So I'm hoping that when Steven, and you guys know, normally I would try to be a little bit more aggressive in getting some answers, getting some clarification. Steven's having a bad week. If you're on the Discord, you know why Steven's having a bad week. Not a bad business week. He's having a bad personal personal week. I'm not gonna press him. I'm not even gonna talk to him. The Jahlon family is now healthy enough that we can make fudge and ship fudge out. I will ship them fudge. I was gonna ship them fudge anyway, so now it's just gonna be all the better. But yeah, bad day, bad time. I'm not gonna press him. And I don't want him to be put in a position where they said, well, you said, and I'm like, no, they never said, I said. Community members said. People are going to be mad. People are going to, like, one guy said, well, they should do a one-time buy option. I said, no, they shouldn't, because they didn't fuck up. They didn't fuck up, so they shouldn't do anything to fix the fuck up. I'm going to be the best, but I want to be the best without doing the exact same thing that somebody else tells me is the only way to be the best. I want to find a way to do things the way I like it. If I want to play an enhancement shaman at the beginning of a tier when it's performing badly because it's so damn equipment reliant, then I'm going to do it. And I'm going to find to make it to the top of the damage charts. Exactly. What's the issue with the skins? The issue with the skins, long story short, if you want the long story long, you can check out the video. But the long story short is, we were under the impression that you'd be able to get reskins and recolors, retextures, slightly similar models in game, and you can't. So, looking at other games is easy for most people to self-project. Nelf gets channel DPS while dwarves get Fear Ward as priest. Racial powers were more game-breaking with classes, so a few people look at WoW, Guild Wars, for example. I know Ashes is another beast, and just bringing up points others might bring up or just project. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Sometimes when people bring up like a WoW example, I'll bring up an EVE Online example and they'll have no idea what I'm talking about. And I'll be like, yes, exactly. Someone will be like, what you just said. You'll be like, Night Elf gets a channel DPS while dwarves get a Fear Ward, and Drakes get a 66% passive regeneration when your shield arc hits 33%. What? Yeah, exactly. People got to realize that this isn't any other game. This is Ashes of Creation. And there's gonna, like, you know the tip of the iceberg is only 1/8 of the iceberg. Well, we can't even see all of the tip of the iceberg yet. We just know it's dark and we're on the bridge of the Titanic, and out in the front we're standing next to the guy who says he can smell ice, and we're just starting to see the tip of the iceberg. We have no idea how big the tip is. You're dirty perverts. We have no idea how big the tip is. And so we have no idea how much of the iceberg is under the water. Until we can see the entire tip of the iceberg, we can't even grasp a lot of these concepts. I am more and more despondent of games infected with cheaters. Can you inform us of any anti-cheats with age? Yeah, they've built anti-cheat software into the foundation of the backend, so they're going to have the ability to track cheaters at a organic level instead of as a add-on symbiotic level. And what I mean by that is, yes, they're using Easy Anti-Cheat. No, I don't think Easy Anti-Cheat is a great product. However, with that said, a deadbolt on the front of your house isn't a great product, but it's effective in keeping 80% of thieves out of your house. So I want you to look at the parallels there. Locking your front door with a deadbolt keeps 80% of people who want to steal from you out of your house. So because it's only 80% effective, do I not use it? No, I use it, but I have more than that. So Easy Anti-Cheat is like the deadbolt on your front door. Now, you have really expensive, valuable shit in your house. What else do you do? Well, you get a dog. You get a trained attack dog. Now, is a trained attack dog 100% effective? No. But now you've got a deadbolt that's 80% effective. So 100 people are going to break into your house. The deadbolt stops 80 of the 100. Now 20 people are left. The dog takes care of 10 of the 20. Now you still have 10 people. Now you still have 10 people in your house. They've drugged the dog. They've dealt with the dog. Blah, 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 blah. Now, what else do you have? You have armed guards. You have video security. You have, you know, the more things you add, the safer you get. Now, it also stops Linux users. Sure. Here's the problem. Linux users don't exactly make up a huge statistical majority that I have to worry about them. Guess what? I'm sorry you're using Linux. Okay. I'm sorry you're using Linux, but game's not for you then. There's no good answer I can give you. So quite simply, the answer is, in order to stop the abundance of cheaters on PC, we're using a program that integrates nicely with Unreal Engine. And unfortunately, the side effect of that is it locks out Linux users. Don't get mad at Intrepid, get mad at the makers of Easy Anti-Cheat and tell them to get on the fucking ball. However, some people are like, well, they should service me too. And the answer is no, the fuck they shouldn't. Okay? You show up and you deal with what you're seeing. I don't go to the fucking Cardinals Stadium because I live just outside of St. Louis. I don't show up at the Cardinals Stadium and say they should be playing the White Sox because I'm a White Sox fan. Different divisions. That's not how that works. I go to a game. I see that game. I go to certain places. I deal with the rules of that place. Hey, we don't allow glasses in here. That's a stupid fucking rule. Okay. But they can't do that. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's a private establishment. We don't allow sunglasses in here. Shit, I left my readers at home. I can't see the screen. Well, you're fucked. We don't allow sunglasses in the building. You know, not all mechanics will service a Lambo. Some might cause you more problems by servicing you. Exactly. 100% exactly. I live in a small ass town, right? I live in a small ass agriculture town. The mechanic in town cannot work on my Dodge. Mechanic in town says, I cannot service your Dodge because your Dodge has 20 computers in it. And I don't have the proprietary software for your Dodge. I can work on some Dodges, but I don't have the Dodge journey. And he's like, it's just not worth it for me, because for me to work on your Dodge, I'd have to charge you like $4,000 to buy all the software. I was like, well, that's dumb. I need an oil change. So I just take it up to the fucking Dodge dealership. They give system requirements, and if you aren't using them, expect it to not work as intended. Simply put. Yeah, I'm trying to run Ashes of Creation on a Mac. Okay, well, they're not supporting Mac. Well, I can run other PC games on Mac. Okay, good. Go play those other PC games. And then the person's like, but I don't like that answer. I don't know what to tell you. I can't afford a PC, but I have a PlayStation 5. Sorry. I do have some speculation on some of the class names. Fighter, Fighter, and Fighter Tank seem like they are reversed. Do we know if fighters naturally have some defensive or sustaining abilities planned, or the theme of fighters is still unknown? Theme of fighters is relatively known, but no, they're not reversed. They're not reversed. Fighter, Fighter, Fighter Tank seem reversed. No, Fighter, Fighter is a weapon master. A fighter tank is a dreadnought, because a fighter tank has some self-sustained, self-mitigation, party possible mitigation. Weapon master and dreadnought fit aligned with, like, a weapon master. You're a fighter. Your job is to be a damage dealer. Weapon master works fine. Fighter tank, you're supposed to be a fighter that has some level of self-sustain, self-mitigation. Yeah, dreadnought works. So let's see. I still think Titanfall's anti-cheat is the best. Instead of banning, they're forced to play with other cheaters. No, the problem is that, and that's funny. That's funny. But when you first start your game, if Intrepid comes out of the box strong, with strong anti-cheat software in place, strong heat mapping of cheaters in place, and a hard line banning the fuck out of gold buyers, all they have to do is ban a couple of gold buyers. And once, literally all they have to do is ban a couple of big profile, once they have their first big whale, the first Moby fucking Dick on the harpoon that they ban. Hey, Ashes of Creation community, this is Steven, and I come to you today with news that I wish I never had to come to you with, but a Intrepid pack holder, a Braver of World holder, a Phoenix Initiative member, or whatever pack holder got banned today. And I want to remind you all that our stance on cheating is very hard-lined. If you cheat, it doesn't matter how much money you've given us in the past. If you break one of the hard line rules, your account will get banned and there will be no restoration of the items you've purchased, including, but not limited to, the limited edition things that came with your Kickstarter or Founders Pack. We want to remind everyone that we have talked about cheating and the repercussions the entire time we've been in development. Please, I like you all, don't make me have to ban your accounts. You do that. If you do that, right? If you do that, that will scare the shit out of a lot, and I do mean a lot, of people that have big dollar accounts. Because they'll be like, shit, I ain't gonna lose my account. And the problem is, if you don't do that, you end up in a game like ArcAge where somebody, just because they've spent $30,000 on the game, doesn't get their account banned, but they do the same thing. They do the same thing that a bunch of other people do, and it's publicly known that these 25 people got banned, but this $30,000 account didn't get banned, and then you have, well, fuck it. I'm a big fan of the system we had in WoW. I was a GM there, and their system is legitimately a really good system in my opinion. Not the detection, but the consequences. Yeah. They need to publicly nuke players that do that. Instantly kill the sharks and keep the whales. I'm one of them from making a market. I don't quite know how a whale makes a market in Ashes of Creation. Being a whale in Ashes of Creation is irrelevant. Because you can't buy if they continue to do the monthly cosmetics every month, sure, you'll spend $115. But I don't think there's anything, I don't think you can whale out on Ashes of Creation. I really don't. I really don't think you can whale out on Ashes. You can't buy success in the game by spending money. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't think Ashes can have whales. Now, if you mean past whales, if you mean people who have whaled out and they have fat stack accounts, and I'm one of those people. I am definitely one of those people. I have a fat stack account. Someone who's willing and able to spend a massive amount of money on a game. Yeah, but there's no way to whale in Ashes. Shouldn't he be getting sworn in? Shouldn't he already have been sworn in? Shouldn't he have been sworn in like 23 minutes ago? Isn't he supposed to, like, be sworn in at noon? There we go. Isn't this, like, the only time that the president and the vice president are in the same place at the same time, other than the State of the Union? Like, boom. Okay. Okay, President Joe. Oh, has been sworn in. Sorry, reading is hard. President Joe can call me up anytime. I'll come out of retirement, but I want like a cabinet level position. I'll consider Secretary of Defense if we modify the hours a little bit. I'll be Secretary of Education. Could you imagine me as Secretary of Education? Oh shit, these kids be like, all right, kids, across the country, every school district, you're all gonna start reading. You're all gonna start reading Ender's Game right the fuck now. Let's see. Whales in Ashes will only get cosmetics. You can't even whale in Ashes. Can a whale pay others to play and give gold to the whale? Okay, let me talk about this real quick. Okay. Probably would be considered RMT and that's bannable. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about this real quick, and it's one of these places that I diverge against what Intrepid says, because on one hand, I acknowledge their right to run their game any way they want to run their game. Okay, but on the other hand, you can't stop me. Okay. You can't stop me from paying for somebody's account out of your game and having an out-of-game agreement with another player who can't afford to play your game. So I'm going to use Wolfus Moon for an example. Wolfus Moon is my real-world friend. She lives a mile away. She was here yesterday for like 5 hours. She's basically an aunt to my children. She's like their older sister, really. More appropriately, she's like my kid's older sister. If she can't pay her subscription fee every month, and I pay for it, and I say, look, I have no problem paying for, like, first of all, I'll pay for her fucking subscription. I want you guys to know I'll pay for her subscription just because she's a family friend, right? She's a family friend and a gamer. But if I pay for her subscription and I say, look, you can't afford your subscription, but I'll pay for your subscription, but you owe me 1,000 gold a week. What the fuck can Intrepid say about that? And I know what you're going to say is, well, that's buying gold. No, it's not. Because you've got levels of disconnect here. I'm not buying gold. I am in one transaction paying for her account. And she is using some of that in-game time to earn gold for me. And people will be like, well, that's RMT. It's like, sure. You can call it anything you want. But the question becomes, what's the enforceability? Now, Intrepid Studios has a clause in, I'm sure Steven would say something like, but per the contract you set up, the agreement is for real world. Yeah, but the thing is Steven wouldn't know whatever deal I have. Steven, like, here's the end of the discussion at the point. Hey, Jay, do you pay for this person's account and they owe you gold? The fuck are you talking about? I don't owe you an answer. Now, the thing is that the way the game gets around that is the any and all clause. Intrepid Studios can ban you for any and all reasons, including no reason, with or without notification to you. Remember, this isn't a court of law, folks. This isn't a court of law. This isn't a court of law. This isn't the Constitution. This isn't a jury trial. There aren't rules. It's not a fucking democracy. Steven is the fucking king, right? Steven is the fucking king of the realm, and he bans you. Now, like all dictatorships, like all governments, the more you lean to benevolent monarch, the more people like you. The more you lean towards tyrannical dictator, the less people like you. But at the end of the day, you can't legitimately take any action against me. Yeah, especially since the fact, what credit card transaction? Where would the fucking credit card transaction be? I give the person the cash. They put the cash in their bank account. They use their bank account to pay for the account. And if they, hey, why do you give Jahlon 1,000 gold a week? Oh, I'm a member of his guild. I'm just helping fund the guild. I mean, how the fuck do you get around it? The way you get around it is you don't try to police people's personal behavior. You try to police people's business behavior. You find, buy a 30-day card from a store. Exactly. Buy a Visa gift card, Won't streamers likely be gifted gold too? Yeah, they probably will be. Won't streamers gift people gold? Yeah, they probably will. Won't streamers be the people who end up doing those, won't streamers be the people that are setting up those raffles and stuff, those lotteries? Sure. So can make a PayPal to someone and give me a legendary item as a gift because we are friends. See, you're right. You could try that, but I wouldn't try that with a legendary item. Because the legendary item is not an item that you're likely to gift to somebody. I mean, sure, if I decide to give a legendary item to somebody, I can do that. I can expect to have a GM investigation, because why did you give a legendary item away? The legendary item is worth 10 million gold, and you just gave it away. Why not? Because because that falls outside of normal and predictable behavior. That falls outside of normal and predictable behavior. And again, why not? Well, you can, and then they banned you, and then they say, well, why'd you get banned? Because of the any and all clause. Well, I don't think it's fair that they banned me. Yeah, well, send a message as support. This is real name is my friend. I gave them X. Yeah, this person is real name. I gave them X. Odd. As we queue through the database, we find that your friends, you've run exactly 0 dungeons together ever. You're not even on each other's friends lists, and you've never partied together, but you're friends. See, remember, when you lie, you gotta lie specific, and you gotta tell believable lies. And you can't lie. See, a video game is they've got their data, and if they thought about this shit on day one, they're gonna be able to look up these two characters. They're gonna be able to just simply, yeah, I mean, if they were your real friend, but if they were really your friend, then yeah, when the GM investigates it, the GM's gonna be like, wow, that's odd. Somebody just gave Shin a legendary weapon. They've never partied together. They've never dungeoned together. They're not in the same guild. That's a little odd. We're gonna pop into this. Oh, we're friends. Oh, well, now we got the lie. Now we've got the only lie we need. Ban. They can't ban me for that. They can ban you for anything. They can ban you because they don't like your name. They can ban you because they don't like that your credit card ends in 3456. They can ban you for whatever reason they want. Can't RMT sites just require you to pay for a month of their subscription and then they give you the month per week? Yeah, but the thing is now you're talking about an RMT site. And an RMT sites are so easy to catch, man. They are so easy to catch. They are so easy to catch. Yeah, there might be some RMT money spent in real life for in-game acts. But then again, if instead of giving you in-game gold to get your guild to come and help me, if I need 50 more people for the castle siege on Sunday, maybe I don't give you guys 75,000 in-game gold. Maybe I say, hey, I need your guild's help this weekend. I need 50 of your best PvPers, and I'll pay for your subscription. I'll pay if you guys help me and we're successful in defending our castle, I will pay for your 50 people's monthly subscription. And people are like, "What? Who would do that? A streamer? It's only $750. It's only $750. At the end of the day, $750 isn't a fucking ton of money to a big streamer. So instead of having to dick around with in-game gold, I'll just pay for your fucking subscription." And then really, at that point, are you telling me that a game company is going to get mad about somebody paying for other people's subscriptions? And then, like I said, you start to run into judges have already ruled on a lot of things like this, what game companies can and cannot do. And we're going to start to see more and more of this. We're going to start to see more and more of what judges or what game companies can and cannot do. Like when people say, like, Intrepid has the data mining clause in their terms of service. It's great that they put it there. It's absolutely fine. Let me get the verbiage. Well, they don't have it. Oh, you may not use any unauthorized third-party software that intercepts mines or otherwise collects information from or through the platform, services, or game, including without limitation any software that reads areas of RAM used by the game to store information about a character or the game environment, provided, however, that we at our sole discretion may allow the use of third-party user interfaces. And then the problem with that is that you can't tell me, and judges have already ruled on this, you can't tell me that I don't have the right to read unencrypted data on my machine because I am responsible for the activities and the actions and the behaviors of this PC that sits in my house. So you can't write into your terms of service that I can't read unencrypted data on my own machine, right? Because then I don't know that if you're using remember that one website, and this is going back a few years and it's before I really understood, I didn't really understand data mining, but remember that one website that you would be sitting on, and while you're sitting on the website, it would start using your CPU to Bitcoin mine. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was a pretty big scandal way back in the Dizzy. And that happened because people didn't read the terms of service of the website, and nobody was looking at their machines. I have the right to know what my computer is doing. You don't have the right to run illegal software on my computer. I have the right to read the unencrypted data on my software. And eventually, remember, at some point, every single process that a video game runs, at some point, it must be unencrypted. It must be unencrypted for it to properly execute. It's great that they put it in their terms of service, and it's great that they might want to try to enforce it. But what are they going to do if somebody does what a Van Fleet versus Tryon Worlds does? I'm going to sue you. And then I'm going to win. The biggest boon for Ashes is the server locks and comparatively small server size. Finding buyers and sellers becomes nearly impossible and becomes nearly improbable at that point. Not sure if clever designs or a natural unknown deterrent. Yeah, I mean, having locked servers makes it really, really easy to find gold buyers and gold sellers. If they're just going to keep up that promise about banning the shit out of the morons, it will be a great game. Yeah, I 100% agree. If someone gives me gold, how can you be sure that it's RMT or if it's a streamer gift? A lot of streamers are buying gold and present it that way and literally do it live. That bothers me too, since I'm a try-hard player and I farm everything myself while others just buy it and only do the content that they like. Okay, well, first of all, let's talk about games that give a shit. Okay, let's talk about games that give a shit for a second. There are games that don't give a fuck that their big streamer buys gold and gives it away. And you're right. There are streamers out there that literally, while streaming, they go to a gold buying site. It's against the terms of service. Yes, it's against the terms of service in most games, but some games don't do anything about it. So you have games out there that legitimately, there is a streamer out there. He goes to an RMT site for the game, buys gold live on Twitch, and then gives it away to people. And nobody at the company does anything. Nobody at the company does anything because they want to keep that streamer streaming because they want the money to come in. Now here's all the things that a company could do. Number one, I'm going to take that clip of you doing this on Twitch. I'm going to save it. I'm going to ban your account. I'm going to ban all of your accounts. I'm going to use that clip as the proof of why I banned your account. I'm going to go to all of the people that you gave gold to. I'm going to revoke all of that gold. I'm going to send you an apology message, and I'm going to say, unfortunately, that gold. So it's going to take me some time. I'm going to have to work backwards through a lot of rollback logs. I'm going to have to take this sword away from you because I got to take that money away from this person. I'm going to fucking manually go through. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Twitch with that clip. And I'm going to file a claim against your channel. And Twitch is going to get that claim, and now they're going to get a claim from a video game company, and now you have a terms of service violation against your account. And a lot of people get this bullshit in their head that you get an automatic 3 strikes at Twitch. No, you do not. No, you do not get an automatic 3 strikes at Twitch. I want to remind people, Twitch is not a social club. It's not a whatever. It's not a club. It's not a hangout. It's a fucking business. You signed a fucking contract, a legally binding contract. You break that contract one time, they can terminate your account. Now, some people will say, well, then they're not equally enforcing their contract. That's the interesting thing about contracts. Each contract is a game of blackjack. It's my contract with you. Just because you've given Hot Chick 9696, well, let's be honest, Hot Chick 6969, who bends over and shows all her privates and she gets a 3-day ban. Guess what? If she's making Twitch millions of dollars a month, Twitch is like, okay, millions of dollars a month. Hey, dirty girl, don't show your ass on stream anymore. 3-day ban. Well, this other girl got, you know what? It's your contract with Twitch. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Now, what if a random guy is going to come to you and gift you gold? How can the company find out if it's RMT or just a gift? It's easy for them to find out if it's RMT. If that guy RMT'd it and he gave it to you, they're going to be able to find out that that gold was RMT'd when he got it. All that's going to happen to you is, because, I mean, let's be honest, they're going to know that you got 1 million gold on 20 January at 11:40 or 12:41 Eastern. As they do their gold investigation, their RMT investigation, they're going to trace that gold and they're going to be like, oh, well, we got to take it off this guy. And all they're going to do is take the gold back, reverse your transactions and say, the gold that you were given was RMT'd. Sorry about that. We've reversed your transactions to the best of our ability. Sorry for the inconvenience. And we've taken your legendary sword off of your account and returned it to the rightful owner. That's a responsible company. RMT, real money transactions. If you're worried about your account, you report that stuff and let the company decide what to do about it in the gold and the random guy. Exactly. So if you come to me, like, first of all, Intrepid's not dumb. Intrepid's not dumb. Do you think Intrepid's not going to take their official content creators? And some people are going to be like, well, that's preferential treatment. And I'm going to tell you, yeah, you're goddamn right. It's preferential treatment. You think Intrepid's not going to take their content creators, take all of their content creator accounts, IDs, and put them on a list? And so when an action comes up, flag, Jahlon's account, a tier 1 technician isn't going to look at my account. Johnny, Jill, Susie, Bob, Billy, making $15 an hour isn't going to be the person who looks at my account. A flag is going to trigger off my account, and it's going to get kicked up to Toast. It's going to be like, hey, this is a tier 2 issue. Toast is an individual. It may not be Sarah, but it will be an individual who has the job of looking at the transactions that happen with the official content creators, simply because official content creators get targeted by people trying to give them dirty gold. Official content creators who are smart, who do accept gold, they have a pile of gold they've accepted as like their foundation fund. I have 150,000 gold over here in a pile. If I accept 25,000 gold from random stranger, that's okay, because I've got 150,000 set off to the side to cover that. Toast comes to me a couple of hours later and she says, hey, we traced back a transaction on your stream to RMT. The gold's going to disappear. Be like, no problem, boss, because you know I got this pile of gold over here to cover that shit. Now you don't have to undo any transactions. You take 25,000 was dirty. Okay, so here's what we do. You're telling me 25,000 gold was dirty. Take that out of my slush fund. That way you don't have to dick around with reversing any transactions, and now my slush fund's just 25,000 gold short. That's how smart people do it. That's how smart people get covered. Smart people aren't spending money they're getting that day. They're just adding money to the, Scrooge McDuck vault. If someone gives you something, you put that shit in the bank for a while. Exactly. 100% exactly. Anyone who sends me all that money, I would yeet away back to the sender and get a ticket open. I wouldn't yeet it back to the sender. I might open a ticket. As a WoW GM, it took less than 5 minutes for us to be able to track gold backwards to its source. It's really not difficult, and we never did just take the gold back. All we did was we allowed the intermediaries to keep going so that we would have damning evidence on gold buyers, and then we would ban the person who purchased it. Yeah, but the problem is Casually Crude. That's the way a lot of companies have done it, but in a game like Ashes, you can't let the intermediaries keep the ill-gotten gains. Because then what happens is, if your policy is that you're not going to reverse all the transactions, then you're going to get somebody 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon away from me to buy the gold, transfer it through a bunch of intermediaries, get me the gold, and now I buy the legendary item. Now the problem is that 1 million gold got to me through intermediaries. I bought the legendary item. That introduced 1 million gold into a closed, fixed economy. All of those intermediaries, they get to keep all their transactions, and you ban the gold buyer. Now you fucked your economy. You can't. Yeah, it seems like you're not punishing all the actors in that case. You gotta, as big of a pain in the ass as it is you have to, and I'm not talking like, I 100% agree. Some of the fucking, it's the return on investment. It's the how much effort for how much action, how much influence. Did the person buy 25,000 gold, filter it through 6 intermediaries, and they bought like potions? They paid their property taxes. Yeah, you want to drop a fucking hammer on them as well. But do you really want to waste the GM's time reversing transactions for potions, pigments, basic shit? No. Do you have to go after it for the big transactions? Sure. And then someone's going to say, well, you're not equally enforcing the rules. Well, you're damn right I'm not, because I don't have the ability to enforce the rules 100% of the time, because then I have to stop, server's on pause. I mean, imagine how often you'd be playing and your server would literally pause. Now, the big thing is that you go after the gold buyers, you go after the gold sellers, you go after them immediately. Final Fantasy 14 pisses me off because I could reduce the number of bots just by sitting in basically sitting in Gridania, because they use Gridania for the most part because it's the easiest town to do this shit in. But I could sit there and just ban, like, you'll see like 40 bots all run through the Grand Company building. I used to report them. They don't do anything fast enough. But again, a game like Final Fantasy 14, it's like CinemaSins. The gold doesn't matter. There are quadrillionaires on Final Fantasy 14 because gold doesn't matter. But in a game like Ashes, you pop your ass out of this. What the fuck? You pop your ass out of the Divine Gate, right? You pop your ass out of this Divine Gate, and you have a name like ASSDFFFGHJKKKKKKL. Chances are a GM's gonna be like, yoink. The other problem is that you have people running in and out of the Divine Gates. In a normal MMO, alts jump into a game, they make a couple of thousand gold, they transfer it to a main holding account, and then they start filtering the gold. Ashes of Creation, mobs don't drop gold. Mobs drop stuff. The amount of time it takes to accumulate gold is elongated. Plus, not saying a GM would do this, but if you find a group of bots, you might just permaflag their accounts as combatants. And now people can just keep killing them. I mean, a lot of these bots that run on scripts unmanned, just fucking turn them purple. They don't drop gold. how does it get introduced? How about you let me jump up real quick, grab a cold tea, and then we will, I'm gonna put the warm tea in the fridge. Just give me a minute, I'm gonna grab a cold tea. Fridge is upstairs now. I wanna switch to something cold, and we'll talk about how gold gets into the economy. And I'll get Rose's question. Alrighty, and I showed it off earlier in the show. I'm gonna show off again because I really like this thing. But I got that. That is awesome. That's an the shirt came out amazing. The big shout out to my artist. I have a really good Fiverr artist. Boom. Happy Pappy gave out a sub. I'm really happy with my Fiverr artist. Oh, whoa, buttons. Too many buttons. So I'm gonna grab Rose's question. I'm looking forward to the March non-NDA. I'm worried if castles are region locked. How many are on the map? 5. Worried about the same nodes being settled due to proximity to the regional castles. Well, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. That's part of the design. That's intentional. We don't know where the castle. We won't know where the castles are until Alpha 2. And then, do you like that Final Fantasy requires 2 names? I personally love it due to always being able to get the first name I wanted, since the likeness that someone uses the same first and last name is nearly improbable. Well, Ashes of Creation doesn't require both names. Ashes of Creation, so... First of all, people say to me all the time, are you worried somebody's going to take your name? No. Take Jahlon. I fucking dare you. You can live with never being able to have a moment's peace with the number of questions you're going to get. Because somebody did that to me in ArcAge. I do have name reservation. However, there's going to be a bunch of servers. So I'm sure there's going to be people who take my name on other servers. That's fine. Again, have at it. Be the dumb schmuck who takes Jahlon on any server, and then you can't have a moment's peace because all you're gonna do is get tell after tell after tell. On ArcAge Unchained, a guy took my name on the server I was gonna go to, and he ended up at about level 30, deleting the character and waiting the 24 hours. Because he said, this is ridiculous. And I said, what? And he's like, you get so many tells. I said, I know. So I'm not worried about it. I have name reservation. And I'm not going to take, a last name. Unless somebody else takes the name Jahlon. I am kind of hoping though, again, I understand that it's not fair, but then again, life isn't either. I'm kind of hoping that the official content creators who have name reservation get their names, as long as it's their branding name. Like, you got a guy who's a content creator, can't suddenly decide to take the name Loki. Well, is your branding name Loki? No. Well, that's not the name we reserved for you then. Some people do last names as a guild name. Yeah, some people do. I probably won't. Now, to talk about this question, how does gold get into the system? The builder, who obviously couldn't get the builder, so he's the 3 builder. The only mobs that drop gold are Humanoids. Humanoids will drop gold. Every other mob drops pelts, it drops teeth, antlers, hooves. There are hunters' lodges that want those items, and those hunters' lodges will pay you for those items. Now, of course, supply and demand. When you're in a particular part of the world and you're bringing the items from that part of the world to that hunter's lodge, well, he only wants so many rabbit's feet. And as the rabbit's feet number goes up, the price goes down. That's going to drive caravans, because you might farm rabbit's feet and not be happy with the 2 silver. And I have an entire video on this over at Ashes 101. It's the economy video. But you might decide, instead of turning those rabbit feet in for 2 silver, you're going to wait till you have a caravan full, and you're going to roll them down because you can get almost the gold for them at another node, because that other node doesn't have any rabbits nearby. So that's something to keep in mind. The acquisition of wealth is a theme in Ashes, and it's going to be a recurring theme over and over and over again. That also is going to help drive down bots, because bots aren't going to be able to get into the world. And then it's real simple. If you do this where you're not going to allow them to have only humanoid mobs will drop gold, you just don't position any low-level humanoid mobs near the gates. You make them level 10 levels, you increase the vulnerability of detection that they have, and then it allows you to smite them, oh holy smiter, before they've ever accumulated any gold. Another thing that's going to limit bots is, although bots don't have a problem getting accounts, when you have a subscription, a required subscription, there are ways to limit how many bot accounts can be made at a time. One of them is you just have a lockout on how many accounts a credit card can make at a time. And this goes against what a lot of companies do, because a lot of companies want money, but what it does do is it offers a certain level of protection. And what I mean by that is you turn around and you say, this credit card or this payment method can only make 1 account per day or 1 account per 2 days. Now, is that going to piss off some people? Sure. But if you tell people that you're about to make angry, that you're doing something for the greater good, and you explain why it's for the greater good, the majority of angry people are too embarrassed. Well, back that up. The majority of people are too sensible to be embarrassed by their bullshit argument. So, hey guys, just want to let you know that your credit card can only make a new account every 2 days. So if you're going to make your alt, you're going to be fine. If you're going to try to make 2 alt accounts, you are going to have a 72-hour period between those options. So what that means is that when they get a hold of a stolen credit card, number one, they can't make like 15 accounts, right? Number two, that slows down the bot production immensely. So, and then when people are like, well, I didn't get to make my 3 alts at the same time, shut the fuck up. You didn't get to make your 3 alts at the same time. Great. You made a character and you played it for 2 days. Then you made an alt and you played that for 2 days. Then you made an alt and you played that for 2 days. Because guess what? Hold on. Real talk. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus PayPal, 5. I have 5 credit cards and PayPal combined. So if I really, really, really had to make 5 accounts in one day, I could spread them all out, make the accounts, and then slowly transition the payment methods back to the main card I want to use. Will you only be able to have 1 character per account? No, you'll be able to have a comfortable amount of alts. We do not know the number, but it's a comfortable amount. The gold sinks we're going to have. Taxes are a big one. Taxes are a huge gold sink. Just like in the real world, man, taxes for the king, taxes for the mayor, taxes for the sheriff, taxes for the church. You're going to have taxes chewing up a lot of your money. Number 2, replacing caravan parts. Number 3, replacing ship parts. But don't taxes just move money from one player to another? No. Taxes take money out of the system. When you pay the tax goes to the node. Once the money is in the node, the money is locked in the node forever until money goes to the tax caravan up to the king's castle. That's one of the only times some of that money can come out. The tax payment to the castle can be stolen, and then the king can withdraw a small portion of that to his pocket. But the mayor of a node can't take any money out of the system. The mayor can spend it. And now I know what you're saying is, doesn't it move it from one player to another, like through rewards? Yeah, a little bit. Some of that money is going to come back out of the system, but some doesn't. Yeah, we get tax caravans. The one of the weekly events is that in the region, in the castle region, every node has to pay taxes to the castle. And you have to ship that tax money to the appropriate castle node. And so there's all these caravans are going to set sail, I guess, set trek, and you're going to have to defend them. Are there penalties for theft? Well, you can't steal your own castle's taxes. You are not allowed to tax. You are not allowed to attack your own regional tax caravans, but you are allowed to go and steal other people's tax caravans. So are there penalties for theft? It's like Cyberpunk 2077. The only thing that makes you a criminal is getting caught. What game is this? It's fucking Ashes of Creation. This is pre-alpha footage from years ago, just to let people see how far the game has come since they started their concepts. If you don't declare as a citizen of a node, would you still get taxed? You still have to pay tax. You still have to pay property tax. You still have to pay like if you have your tax, if you have your freehold, you don't have to make your citizenship to the node that your freehold is in, but you have to pay your freehold tax. So it's you have to pay your property tax. You have to pay your transaction tax. So yeah, you're still going to be taxed whether or not you're a citizen. You don't have to be a citizen, but you're still going to pay taxes. You are still going to pay taxes. So are all the skills known? No. Would there be a chance of being something like thieving existing, like on RuneScape, where you can pickpocket NPCs and raid tombs? No, there's no pickpocketing. Well, there's pickpocketing. No, there's not pickpocketing at this point. So no. There's no pickpocketing. There is raiding of dungeons, and rogues do get the ability to find extra treasures in dungeons. I hope we get something for the Thieves Guild that lets you disguise hide your name. Nope, sorry. Actions have consequences. There is no hiding your name. There's none of that bullshit. You want to be a thief? Man up and be a thief. That's that sort of shit that's horrible. You should never be able to disguise or hide your name, because that makes you a pussy that wants to hide. You want to fight? Get a fight. You want to fight? Go fight. But be held accountable to your actions. That's why I pray that they never do server transfers, and I pray that they never do name changes. First of all, never doing name changes helps cut down on account selling. Never doing name changes helps cut down on account selling, because eventually what happens is the person gets caught, because the person gets the person gets caught that they've bought the account. If you can't hide, you will get caught. Exactly. That's the point. It's you are held accountable to your actions. So when you start being a thief, people are going to know your name. I've been out of it for a while. We got a time on the first alpha test without NDA. Yep, it's right there. It's March 19th. So 2 months from now. What's your thought on Bard being arcane based and not martial? Bard is not arcane based and it's not martial based. Because no class is arcane based and unless are you talking that people have put the classes into 2 categories? They've put fighter, tank, rogue, and ranger together, and they've put mage, summoner, cleric, and bard together. I mean, the colors on the chart, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. People read way too much into that. You can play a physical damage dealing bard. You can play a magical dealing bard. Here's one that's going to throw people for a loop. You can use a great sword as a mage. And you can be very effective. How you attack a caravan then? Everyone sees your name unless you pay others to do it, and then you ain't a thief. That's the point. You attack the caravan and you man up. If you steal a caravan, it still makes you a thief. Still makes you a thief. But getting caught means you get the stuff, you get away, and nobody can stop you. Yeah, great sword mage. I'm telling you. Gonna be a good time. Today's Pog. Can I just say, I don't, so, I don't understand Pog, and I don't understand PogChamp. It looks like somebody's about to shove a hot dog in his mouth. It looks like he is a USDA stamped certified hot dog delivery receptacle. Castle Wars, steal the other guy's gold. Yeah. Do you know if there will be conjured weapons kind of like in Skyrim? No. Except yes. So let me show you the way the animations work. The animations work by conjuring a weapon for the ability, which is going to help them cut down their animation time by about 99%. Because otherwise they'd have to make like 420 versions of every animation. But no, there aren't conjured weapons like in Skyrim. There's just conjured weapons inside the abilities. I don't know, some people are like, well, why do I carry a staff if I don't use the staff in the ability? Because you do. Just shut up. Just shush. Like, you don't have a chain weapon in the first one. So, any big news about the game from November till now? Yeah, here's the spear one. You don't actually have the spear as your weapon, but you summon the spear for the ability. Any big news about the game from November till now? I mean, yeah, I do a monthly recap every month of the big news. It's not for me to say what's big or what's small or what's important. The big one today is me having to do the mea culpa for the fuck up on the cosmetics. I take ownership of that fuck up. I know I didn't have to, but I did. So trying to answer some of these questions as we go. So what else is up, guys? Like I said, today's gonna be a stacked day. Uh, I have my I'm taking my daughter driving today. Oh yeah, my the key fob to one of my cars. They're like the key fob is damaged, and since it's an '07, we no longer we no longer like you have an '07 Saturn. Saturn's out of business. They no longer make replacement parts for it. What in the fuck are you supposed to do if you still have an operational '07 Saturn but your key fob dies? Like, what are you supposed to do with that? Just not have a key fob? Like, call the locksmith? No, I mean, you can open. The thing about a Saturn is, the old Saturns, is you can open the door with the key. But if you open the door with the key, the security system. Oh, there are universal key fobs? Okay. Okay. No, the GM dealership won't help us. Let me check this. Let me look into that. They went to the GM dealership this morning, and they said we don't make this. Let me reread what she said. Remotes and keys categories. Oh, that's cool. Um. Okay, perfect. So gotcha. And if we already have one fob that works, that should be easy enough for them. So yeah, I'll have them look into that. But it's like I told you with my tablet. I have a perfectly functional tablet, great condition, but because it's old, they're like, nah, we're just not gonna let you put software on it. So trying to catch up all these comments. We can't use embers yet, can we? No, you cannot use embers yet. Embers are not eligible until launch. And the reason why embers aren't eligible until launch is because the EU has the ability to return their packages anytime they want due to EU law. And so if you start letting people spend embers, then you'll start having accounts that, I can return this, I got this, but I use the embers. It creates more touch points for them. When will the game be released? The game will be released sometime when it's done. They don't have a release schedule. The only schedule we have takes us out to April 6th. So hopefully, um, on March 19th, when my NDA is down, we're gonna have a good time. You want the Crown Royale boat? Yeah, the Crown Royale boat is pretty. The Crown Royale boat is pretty slick. That half pig, half owl, all Margaret. Man, hold on, we're gonna do this. It's probably gonna get me in trouble, and there's probably not gonna be any. There's just probably those things that you're about to do that you shouldn't do. You know you shouldn't do it. Oh wait, I don't have to use this one. You know you shouldn't do it. We're gonna turn this off for a second. Hold on. We're gonna do this and downloads. So here's this little guy, and I need just about a second, because if you know that you're gonna go to hell, if you know that you're going to hell, you might as well enjoy the ride, right? So, uno momento. So going to hell. I'm Tweeter from Varsity Blues. I'm going to jail. I'm so dead. I'm so dead, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna fucking do it. I definitely see. I definitely see some influence. There is definitely some character reference here. Definitely some character reference going on. There is definitely some facial recognition going on here. And today, Jahlon was kicked out of the creators program. He also got his account banned. There's also a lawsuit pending. So, how long before we see Rogue's talents? You know Rogue is after fighter. You already know Rogue is after fighter. So why the fuck? Talents. You already know Rogue is after fighter. So why are you fucking worried? Do you think if they reopen Alpha 1 sales, it would be before the February non-NDA test or after? It will be after. And here's why. Steven is a very smart guy. Steven is very, 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 very smart. And Steven realizes that I laid out the perfect, like, because this is and I tell you guys this all the time, I'm bored. I sit at home bored most of the time. I'm retired. And when I'm not making content, when I'm not working on something for my corporation, I'm generally just like thinking. I get people ping me stuff occasionally and I love working on it. It's like, oh, cool. Hey, I got a question, blah, blah, blah. This is sort of my situation. I love those because it's like an open-ended essay test, which, by the way, rabbit hole. I want to say this to all the fucking English teachers out there in the world. Pick a side. Pick a side of the coin. Ready? Pick a side of the coin. Because fucking English teachers yelling at the English students up at my daughter's school. You can't write an essay overnight. A good essay takes it takes several days to write a good essay. You can't write an essay overnight. All right, kids, this is an essay test. You have to write 3 essays in an hour. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You just told my daughter for like 3 weeks in a row that they need to be fucking working on their essays every night to write a good essay. And then you just gave them 3 fucking essays in 1 hour. So they get like 18 minutes per essay? Fuck you. Anyway, I think Steven read what I wrote on the forums and he recognizes that to reopen Alpha 1 sales and have it be a win-win-win-win, all win, 100% win, 0% loss. The only way he gets there, the only way Steven gets there is this. And I truly believe this, and you guys can agree, you guys can disagree, but this is how I believe they reopen Alpha 1 sales with 0 bitch and 100% win. They've already talked about that in the creative director's letter, they talked about that they did some testing, they liked the results. That's great. However, maybe I agree. Maybe I disagree. Maybe I agree. Everybody else disagrees. Maybe 50% of people agree and 50% of people disagree. Maybe 99% of people disagree. The problem is that you invited 10,000 testers and the owner of the company is the only one talking. The owner of the company is the only one talking. And unfortunately, the owner of the company in the past has had some issues. So you can say everything is great, everything's golden, everything's peach keen, but you're not letting anybody else talk. So what you do is you do the December test, you use that data, you make a statement in your creative director's letter, the board is green. You rekindle people's hopes, you use that, you get them excited. You get them excited about Ashes of Creation. And then you come along here and you do the February test, right? You do the February test. And then you say, the board is green. but we're not going to reopen Alpha 1 sales yet. It looks good. Everything looks good. Hey guys, what we're going to do is we are going to let the March test go through. And then after that, we're going to make our final determination of if we're going to reopen Alpha 1. Because here's the problem. And I really hope Steven's listening. He's probably not. Steven's having a shitty week, and that's fine. But what did we just learn from Cyberpunk? Right on the heels of Cyberpunk, CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red has now 2 lawsuits against them. And they are going to get their ass kicked on both of these lawsuits. There is absolutely nothing CD Projekt Red can do. There's nothing they can do to win these lawsuits, because the way for once in a blue moon, somebody launched a fucking lawsuit and they're not trying to quibble, and they're not trying to make the argument so broad that they can get it through any door. They actually wrote a laser focused, very narrow, very pointed legal brief, and a CD Projekt Red on the second lawsuit's pretty fucked. Well, you can't turn around and say the board is green, right? The December testing board is green. February testing board is green. But you're the only one talking. You haven't released the testers from their verbal NDA. And then if you sell, this one. And then if you sell Alpha 1 access and your March test isn't exquisite, you fucked yourself in your own ass. You sat down on a porcupine. But and here's the trick to this. If you sell Alpha 1 access before the March test, and the March test doesn't go well, now you have horrible media. You have bad media. You have bad media. You have bad news articles. You have bad content creators. You have bad reviewers. The amount of bad stacks up infinitely faster than the amount of good can possibly stack up. What that's called in the military is that's called damage control. That's called sprinkler system problem addressing. Crisis management, sprinkler system crisis management. You're a sprinkler and everything is on fire and you're just, you don't get any time to address anything you want because you're literally, everything's on fire. You can't have 19 things suddenly go on fire. So if they sell Alpha 1 before the March test, you have to start addressing every media outlet, every content creator, every streamer, every angry customer, and you just can't get ahead of that. You are never going to be able to get ahead of it. And then remember, we talk about when we get into the batter's box. You step into the batter's box, you have to hit or you have to face all the pitches. Steven walks into the batter's box ready. I'm going to say that it's Alpha 1, and I'm going to say it's Alpha 1. And people got to be understanding it's a developmental alpha. And sure, Steven's assuming that he's going to step into the batter's box with somebody like me. And Steven's like, I'm ready for whatever pitch he throws at me. My answer is going to be, it's a developmental alpha. And here comes my pitch. Ready? Watch the ball. See the ball. See the ball. Hey, Steven, if your game is a Western game and this is a developmental alpha and these are the results it was producing, why did you reopen Alpha 1 sales? Pitch. And Steven's like, fuck, my bat disappeared. Shit, strike. You can't use the answer, it's a developmental alpha, and problems are to be expected if you reopen Alpha 1 sales before the baseline issues of a developmental Alpha 1 are addressed. And that's why I'm desperately hoping. I am desperately hoping that Steven read what I wrote on the forums when I spelled all this out. And I said, the appropriate time to reopen Alpha 1 sales is either after March 26th and not on March 27th. Okay, because you got to have some data-driven decisions. It would be really good if during the Alpha 1 sales reopening announcement, you had some metrics, you had some data. And then I think that you could almost, and you should almost, and if Steven called me up and said, Jay, I'm having a bad week, you're now the vice president of the company, please see us through March, or please see us through May, I would say we wouldn't reopen Alpha One sales until April 12th. I would say we wouldn't reopen Alpha One sales until April 12th. And then people want to jump in on April 12th. That's fine, because we want to get that NDA month out of it. And we want to get that first weekend of Alpha One going to make sure the servers don't turn around, be on fire, and you got the dog sitting there drinking coffee saying, this is fine. And then people are like, well, you're taking away a month of their Alpha One testing. Alpha One is long. It's more than just that month. Is there any info if the alpha test is March, April is 1 to 10 or higher levels? There probably is info on that, and I probably have an NDA, and I probably can't answer that question for you. Is there any public info on that? Well, you can extrapolate that they've only shown videos of levels 1 through 10. So. Now, unfortunately, having an NDA is, and I have multiple NDAs with Intrepid, so unfortunately, it's like, I can't think of anywhere that they've said publicly. It might be on the wiki. Lex might have it. And I saw that, Samanti, you clipped that. I'm so going to hell. You took a day off due to my D&D session with Bardic last night, enjoying the show. Dude, that's awesome. That is the best. That is the best feeling when you take a day off after a good tabletop session. That is awesome. I think that is the best. If the March test crushes, a lot of folks may jump on for the April testing, which could stress the April launch. Right, exactly, 46 Nation. Exactly. Which is why I say this. Which is why I say don't open Alpha 1 sales until after the first weekend of Alpha 1. And tell people exactly that. Hey, guys, we want to make sure that before we open up Alpha 1, and then people are going to say, but I lost out on a weekend. You lost out on a weekend of testing. But we want to make sure that when we reopen Alpha 1 sales, we give you Alpha 1 sales level value. If you give people less than the value, I mean, imagine this. Okay, imagine this. If they open up Alpha 1 sales, and it's a pile of dog shit. Not only do they not make money, but they effectively start losing money. And they effectively start losing money because they have to start dealing with all of the chargebacks. They have to start dealing with all of the refunds. So why would you want to open yourself up to dealing with more of that bullshit? And remember, the other thing you're going to open up to is the negative media. You can't recapture forward momentum. And even though yesterday, if you checked out my video that I did, the video I did this morning, yesterday and Monday, there were a couple of articles on Ashes of Creation, and both Massively and MMORPG.com ran articles on Ashes having to do with that cosmetic thing. And the good thing is that Intrepid, I fucked up, and Intrepid's not wearing it, which is just about the best results I could have hoped for. Because I don't want to fuck up and then cause issues for Intrepid. But I fucked up, and Intrepid's not wearing it. So that's about the best. That's about the best combination. So now they have some positive forward motion. They have some positive media to start 2021 with. Well, they need to capitalize on that. The last thing they want to do is go backwards. The last thing they want to do is and because you know the moment they open up Alpha 1 sales, that's a story in and of itself. When Alpha 1 sales reopen up, that's a story in and of itself. There's gonna be people who are like, oh, Alpha 1 MMORPG is gonna do it because they get referral money. By the way, don't sign up to MMORPG's referral account. Sign up to mine. Don't give them money. If it's not too expensive, I'm planning to pay into Alpha 1 as soon as I can. It'll be $500. I can tell you right now, it's not going to be less than $500. I'm going to jump up. I'm going to be right back. Oh, I'm going to put the desk up, and then we're going to finish up the show. Yeah? No. We got an hour and a half left. Got an hour and a half left. Go get yourselves a cup of coffee. We ain't anywhere near done. Tell those people the game will be complete during the open beta, not the alpha. Which open beta? The non-existent one? Because there is no open beta. Where did everybody get this open beta shit for Ashes? It comes up all the time. There is no open beta for Ashes of Creation. It's closed beta. Oh, that's the point? Tell them they'll be open during the open beta. Now, the good news is that we continue to grow this show. This show is growing. And the larger the show gets, the better the concurrent viewership is, the more alpha keys I get. So that's always a good thing. I have goals for the YouTube channel. I have goals for the Twitch channel this year. I know how big I want the channels to be. Oh, nice. So I was just thinking on my way back to the office, I was remembering a day. I usually took my boots off upstairs at our house on base because we were stationed here for a bunch of years, and then we ended up coming back here. I never got out of the Midwest, but I was just thinking to myself, it was right around this time. I used to take my boots off upstairs because we had wood floors, and or wood stairs, and I hate the stairs were slippery. Well, I remember once upon a time in a land far away, I was running down the stairs, and I hadn't put my boots on. My boots were downstairs. And I remember I was never late for work. I was never ever late for work. I only had a 4-block walk to work. I used to like to walk to work. And I was never late. I was always the first guy in the office. I made the coffee. I prepped the Colonel's day. Luckily, I always prepped the Colonel's day the night before. So his 7 o'clock to his 9:30 meetings were always prepped in his folder before he went home for the night, so that he could take them and he could know what he had up till 9:30 in the morning. I was an exec. I was a secretary. Well, all I remember is running down the stairs, and then I don't remember what happened next. And then I remember my two chiefs, because I worked for 2 different chiefs. They were in my house, and they're like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm like, they're like, "The ambulance is on the way." And I'm like, "I don't need an ambulance." They're like, "Well, you're like an hour late for work, and we just found you on your stairs." And I was like, maybe I'll let the ambulance crew take a look at me. I'd slipped down my stairs and bashed my head off the stair, and there was just my foot at the bottom of the stairs. The Chiefs got there, and they saw the foot, and they just came in my house. Tamir used to leave. Tamir and I had an interesting setup, and it was weird because it was one of the mornings that Tamir took the little one to school. Usually I took her to school, and Tamir picked her up. But yeah, I just thought of that. Like, bam. What are you guys doing in my house? You're an hour late for work. Oh, shit. Look. So, don't forget, Saturday, I will be streaming on Saturday. PvP for stream writers. So, we'll be doing that. Let's see what else we got, guys. Let's take a quick look at the Reddit and the forums. Unless you guys have something. You want a hat? Well, everybody wants a hat. Uh-oh, what was that? Somebody subscribe with Prime. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, the person who made the post about the Reddit, I didn't think my Reddit post would explode so much. Good. I'm glad it exploded. Good to have clarity. Yeah, good. See, this is what I tell people all the time. Don't worry about exploding. Like, don't not. What's going on? Don't not bring shit up. This person says, that's a pretty cool thumbnail, by the way. I like that thumbnail. Like, it's cool that I just happen to have that chibi, like the bomb blow off. But I didn't think my Reddit post would explode so much. It wasn't meant as an attack on you or other people. I was just confused on how everyone seemed to assume that there would be recolors. I'm glad I could help. You know what? Here's the thing. I am not one of these China doll sissy babies. Don't talk to me. Don't say anything to me. Don't challenge me. If I get it wrong, I get it wrong. I'm a human being. This one I felt compelled to do the mea culpa for because this one prevented some people from getting cosmetics that they would have enjoyed. That's not what I want to be known for. And here's the thing. You can be accurate 96% of the time, but you're going to get judged on your 4%. You're going to get judged on your failures. And if you get judged on your failures and one of your failures is like a huge failure, then that's bad. I'm not, I don't feel attacked. And even, it's like, even if I did feel attacked, that would be okay too. Because if you want to attack me, then just bring it. I am more than willing to mix it up. And I don't have to be right. I'm wrong. I get shit wrong. When you're dealing with hundreds of decisions a day, sometimes you get some wrong. Let's see. Is this not the one? One of these is for Reddit once we're in a thread. We did the racial benefits one. Release date. Somebody gonna do this. Question about race choice. Looking forward to this game. 3-1 Siege Monster. Access price. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing on the Reddit today. Damn it. Damn it. It is expensive. What is expensive? What precisely is expensive? Yeah, watching me go to Reddit is like watching Asmongold open up an internet historian video. Man, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with some people, but like I said earlier, we did the earlier today with the guy with the racial thing. Dude, if you don't want to play a game where race matters, then don't play Ashes of Creation. Okay? Don't play Ashes of Creation. Play another game. Play any other game. There's lots of other games to play. But people are like, well, I want to play Ashes, but I want to play Ashes, but I want it to be like how I want it. Well, then invest $30 million of your own money and do your own thing. It's so weird having a numb cheek. Was watching you while waiting for the dentist. First of all, dentists are not nice people. If you ever meet me in real life and you're a dentist, don't tell me this fact. I'm automatically going to judge you. Dentists are closet sadists. Dentists are closet sadists. Here's my problem with dentists. You go to the doctor, you feel like shit, the doctor gives you some medication, you start to feel better, you appreciate your doctor. You go to the dentist and you feel perfectly fine. He looks in your mouth and tells you what a fuck up you are, and not only is this gonna hurt your mouth, it's also gonna hurt your wallet. Like, the fuck? Like poor Tamir. Tamir went to the dentist and she had like 3 cavities. And the funny part is that I went to the dentist. I went to the dentist and the dentist says to me, well, you got no cavities. It's big old smile. You got no cavities. I looked at the dentist and I'm like, yeah, because I don't have any fucking teeth left that aren't filled, capped, or crowned. He's like, yeah, shut up. Like, it makes me go back to Major League. And Jobu. I tell Jobu on you. Get your bat. Put hat on bat. But it's like, now the problem is that some of the crowns that I had done when I was a kid, the teeth have rotted underneath the crown. And I have to have root canals through crowns. The more you know. Male dentists hold the highest suicide rate at 8%. Female dentists hold the 4th highest suicide rate at 5%. Physicians 7.87%. Pharmacists 7.9%, and nurses 6.56%. Also hold suicide much rates much higher than the national average. Interesting. I never would have guessed that. I also never would have gone and looked up that information, but hey, the more you know. That is some dark facts. Yeah, no, you know what though? It is kind of a dark fact, but it's a fact, and so you need to know that. Maybe I shouldn't be so hard on dentists. Maybe there's some dentist watching the stream right now and be like, I was having a good day, and Jahlon said I'm not a nice person. Yeah, well. I was having a crown put in once while they built the crown on site. After the root canal part, I was sitting there a while before they came in to complete the crown. He had to test the tooth if the Novocaine was still working. He went full blast with the air sprayer and my face was on fire. He could have done a small blast test, but he went all the way to 100%. Well, I'm going to say this. Something is fucked up with that root canal. Because that you don't even need Novocaine to have a crown inserted after a root canal. If the root canal is done properly, that they don't need to use Novocaine on the tooth anymore because there's nothing left in the tooth that can cause pain. So, yeah. I go to an endodontist on one side of town. He does the root canals, and then I go to my other dentist on the other side of town, and they never use Novocaine. Now, now back that up a second. Did they do the root canal and then they were doing the buildup for the root canal? Then I would understand. Why you had pain. If they still had to do the buildup, then yes, I understand. Then that would make me want to punch a dentist in the face as well. I thought about that as after the words came out of my mouth. They may have still had to do the buildup because the root canal is one piece, and then they gotta prep the tooth. They gotta do the buildup for the crown. That's a different piece. So yeah, I could understand if they were still doing the buildup. So have I donated a nice sum of money towards the game? You seem very passionate about Ashes of Creation. Yes, I have. I wouldn't say I've donated a nice sum of money to the game, but I have 11 pages of cosmetics. So yeah, I've got this problem. I've got this problem every so often. Margaret, she releases the new cosmetics, and then her alter ego, she drops a siege flag on my wallet. But I'm done. You guys don't believe me, do you? I say I'm done, but you guys don't believe me. I'm gonna try not, Bad Jay. I'm gonna try not to buy any more cosmetics. Margaret is gonna get me for this, I know. I have a good working relationship with Margaret. I think when Margaret just gets just a little bit more seasoning under her belt, I think I think she's gonna crush the marketing world. Because I watch Steven's leadership grow. I watch Margaret, like, because remember, Margaret is a power player at Intrepid. She's like a lead. I think Margaret is lining herself up for a very, very, very established career in the MMORPG world. I really do. She came in a little bit of not the best way to come into a community that's already established. Did a couple of things that I didn't necessarily agree with. He's doing it. He is doing it. He's known for this. Everybody say thank you to Woodchip. Woodchip just dropped a 10-pack. It's a nice dude that Woodchip is. J Peeps has been around a lot. Shadow Poet. You missed your sub. There you go. That's 2 people. Can we get one more? Can we get one more person to do bits or a sub? We can try to ride a train. Just need one person to do bits or subs. And we can unlock some emotes thanks to Woodchip. You dodged it. That auto dodge. You just watched the 60-second video and you did 10 on 10 on the fast explanation. I appreciate that. That was a new thing for me. That was a oh. No. Well, I wonder if it counts Woodchip twice. Okay. Oh, there we go. There it is. Gotta switch hats. Show of hats at the moment. We've got a fat choo-choo train going on right now. We got a fat choo-choo. Oh, we're already at level 3. Let's see right now. Clear the tracks, man. Clear the tracks. There's a choo-choo coming through. There's a choo-choo on the bottom of the screen. There we go. Are mounts race locked or they open all races? There is no such thing as a racial mount. There is mount. He did it again because it's funny twice. He did it again. He did another 10-pack. Lotion Bat, Casually Crude. Who else is usually around? Audrey Bites, Xander, and Your Savior. You guys are usually around. Look at that. Look at you guys go. He is. Oh, it didn't come through due to my mic limit? I guess I got to make sure to I gotta make sure the mic stays open. I gotta, do that. General quarters, I'm hit. Go to general quarters. What do we got? Go to general quarters. Japs transmitting. What do you want to do, Colonel? Now. We launch now. Colonel, I don't know. I just don't know if the planes can carry enough gas to get to China. Go to the kitchen, get some broomsticks, chop them down, paint them black. Give me a gun. What? You want to get off this airplane? You want to get off this deck? You give me a gun right now. So. Oh, you guys are great. Oh, that closed out. We're so close. We're so close to finishing out level 4. Now is the time if you've got those bits just sitting around from watching ads. Now is the time. 93%. Push to 5. I don't even know. Can I even... anything I can do? No, 3 bits. Shaving a haircut, 3 bits? I don't even know if on my own show I can. Which won't let you watch any more ads for bits. I know, I heard some people having that problem. There you go. Somebody subbed with Prime. That pushed us over. That is excellent. Good hype train. Good hustle. Good work. Although now I'm wearing a hat for another 5 minutes. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, you know what I need to do this morning before I forget? I gotta do the write-up. I'm still looking for a fucking studio that can do my new rebuild. I gotta do the studio design. Stream redesign. There we go, guys. That is the hype. You know, I already have the I already have the idea for I already have the idea for the thumbnail for today. I'm gonna put a train, and I'm gonna put this guy in the train next to Chibi Jahlon with the hat, and they're gonna drive the train together. And then I'm gonna put Margaret on the thing, but I'm gonna have her facing the other way and like running away from the train. So, I'm gonna get in so much trouble. I'm so getting shot. I'll just make sure. Okay, so I was already sending a fudge box out to Steven anyway, because I was gonna send it out. You know, because my family makes fudge, and I had to order the rice paper, and I'm gonna send a box out to a couple of other staff members and be like, hey, I know you see these people, and I'm gonna put in Margaret, but you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a box. I'm gonna make a box of fudge for Margaret, but I'm gonna print this little guy out. And I'm gonna put it on Margaret's. I'm gonna put like fucking everybody else is gonna have their name, and I'm just gonna fucking put this guy on Margaret's box, and I'm gonna write underneath it, "Shh, toast, you're typing too loud." Oh God. This is why you can't take me anywhere. You can't take me anywhere at all. Captain Embers. Captain Embers, your name is kind of funny and ironic, given the fact that Cash Shop currency for Intrepid is called Embers. So like you're the captain of the Embers. But also, guys, PogChamp again. Oh God, I'm gonna do it. Oh, we're gonna do it right now. Oh, we're doing it. Hold on. I'm getting in even more trouble. You guys know. You guys know that once I get in a mood, once I get in a mood, that's it. Did he take it down? Oh no, it's there. Okay, so save. Save. Yes, desktop. Oh, excellent. Oh. Uh-oh. Anonymous cheered 100 bits. I hope it's not the anonymous. I hope it's not the anonymous. That would be awkward. It'd be awkward if the anonymous. Uh-oh. August Jade cheered 300. There we go. There we go. Hey guys, you guys know that I'm on you guys know that I'm on good terms with the big cheeked giant. He and I are friends, fellow content creators. So this is what happens though on your show. This is what happens. The big cheek giant is trying to eat our train. He is trying to eat our train. That's not fun. That's not fair. That's not a good. That's not a good sign of friendship, man. When the big cheek giant is trying to eat your train. Nom 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 nom. Fuck, man, I'm just going after everybody. It's fucking just savage today. Can't take MMO players anywhere. Oh yeah, the guy I used to work with, his name was Terry. He used to say, Captain Jahlon, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. So I'm gonna get it. Yeah. They need some more fire themed cosmetics to come in. Yeah, they did. That is definitely a disturbing image of BCG. Nom 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 nom. 23 subs and 672 bits. And for all of that, we got a hype tune. I like it. I like it. Limited time only emote. Perfect. Flawless victory. Speaking of hats, guys, don't forget that in the office, I do have this very rare, limited edition, autographed, original, throwback merch. So, yeah. Very, 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 very amazing. So, yeah, swag. But here's what makes people mad, right? People get mad. I also get told all the time. I get told that I'm not a ball cap guy. I am not a ball cap guy. I don't usually wear ball caps. I bought this just to support Intrepid, but I'm not a ball cap guy. I'm more of a Samuel Jackson sort of Kangol hat guy. I wish that they would, I wish that they would do a newsboy cap like this. I wish they would do a newsboy cap like this, and they would put the Ashes logo like dead center. Or I wish that I could get permission to do that. So I need the curators to send me a cap. Where can you buy Ashes merch? And tell Steven to release the swag again. So you guys know, swag is a giant pain in the ass. Steven and I have talked about it, and it's something he absolutely positively wants to do. But now, the question becomes, do you want to do the merchandise as a way to make money, or do you want to do the merchandise as a way to let people advertise your product? Like my merchandise. I'm not that tall. My merchandise. I make very little money on my merchandise. I could make more. I can make more money on my merchandise, but because I could put it on places where I control my percentage, I control my cut, but I don't do that. I put my merchandise in Designed by Humans. They're the first people that are really willing to work with me. But I have access to now merch by Amazon, and I could do Stream Elements merchandise. And on those places, I can move the slider. How much money do I make? Or I could go to a t-shirt printing house, and I could get like a run of like 500 shirts made. But the problem with the run of 500 shirts is you get X number of smalls, X number of mediums, X number of larges, extra larges, 2Xs. And then I got to fucking go through the process of shipping them to you. And then that costs money, and then handling costs money. So, all those things. By the way, guys, I will say this. We're going to be doing a couple of contests. We're going to be doing a couple of contests here on the channel, and I don't have the rules and stuff written up, and I do want to let you guys know. Number one, we're going to be doing a postcard contest. Who can send me the most ridiculous postcard to my P.O. box? And when I write up the rules, you're going to put a digit code on the back, like you're going to write a number. So that way, if I pick your postcard and there's any debate on, oh no, I sent that, well, you wrote your Twitch name on it, but you also would know the code. And then we're going to be doing a clip contest, clips from the show. Tempting, but the cost of me sending you a postcard is probably worth an Alpha 1 key. Dante, for you living in nowhere civilization and you alone, I would let you scan me a copy of the postcard, because I do understand that you live where, where the portal to hell opens. Dante actually lives where Sanctuary. Dante actually is from where Diablo is set. People think that it's a imaginary world. It's actually Dante's backyard. So Hogwarts? No. What are we doing? What are we doing? Anybody see BCG later today? Tell me 8 our train. You won't know what the hell's going on. Everyone just be like, BCG. Somebody add him on the Discord, on the official Discord. Be like, BCG, why'd you eat Jahlon's train? And just see where they... What? What? What'd you do? They'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, because he's the one that brought, like, right before my show started, he brought that to my attention about the new streaming platform. And I'm like, I'm a Twitch partner. I can't stream anywhere else. That sucks. Because I could probably make some money over on that other platform. But, like I said, Twitch has been good to me. I see, you know what kills me? You know what kills me is the streamers who are partners who shit talk Twitch. And they're like, yeah, is that what kids are calling it? Eating the train. You know, it kills me that streamers on Twitch shit talk Twitch. And then I find a lot of the people giving advice, are giving really, really bad advice. They're giving really bad advice to people. It's like, why? And I don't want to call them out because their followings on like YouTube and stuff are just a little bit bigger than mine. And so I don't want to call them out, but I kind of want to call them out. And I kind of want to be like, why are you giving such horrible, shitty advice to people? Is it because it took you forever to make any progress on Twitch? So you want to kind of fuck with people as well? Like, is that what you're doing? And, you know, because I don't understand why you're being like this. You're telling people like trying to be a full-time content creator isn't possible anymore. And I'm like, that's just straight bullshit. Like it's not easy to be a full-time content creator, and it's not smart to try to be a full-time content creator. But to tell people to just be like, oh, being a full-time content creator is impossible anymore, that's bullshit. If anybody is interested in being a full-time content creator, swing by my Discord. We can talk on the off hours. I'll help you augment your income with your content creation. Now you're gonna have to do a ton of fucking work. I ain't gonna do it all for you. But they're like, and especially I saw like one girl, she was like, and everything about Twitch is just stagnant, and Twitch isn't gonna help you. Yeah, no fucking shit. Twitch ain't gonna help you. Like it's not Twitch's job to help you. It's Twitch's job to provide you all of the things Twitch already does for you. Twitch does a lot for its streamers. They don't help me get discovered. Well, no. But who does? Who helps you get discovered? It just kills me. It just absolutely kills me. They're like, they should be doing more for me. They should do more for me. But Jahlon, I want to blame everybody else for my problems. I need my full-time content creation handed to me on a golden platter. Yeah. You are Twitch's product. It's up to you to be a good product. Exactly. Yeah, forget that silver platter bullshit. I want to be on a gold platter. Exactly. And it's like, I tell people, they're like, well, I've been like, you guys, if you saw my Jahlon on video this week, my Jahlon on video was on content creation. And a guy was like, oh, I'm thinking about quitting streaming. Okay, well, quit streaming. Well, I feel like I have to drink in order to be able to stream. Dude, you got personal fucking problems. You got to fix those. If you feel you need to consume alcohol to do any task in life, then you have a problem. There is 100% a problem in your life if in order to do X, you must consume alcohol ahead of time. That is a problem. And I called the guy out and I said, okay, we're going to talk. As a responsible human being, I'm going to say this is a problem for you. But all this other stuff, you've been streaming for a year and you have 10 concurrent viewers and you're upset about that. There are people that I know that are streamers that would love to have 10 concurrent viewers. That they would love to have 10 concurrent viewers. And so I said to this guy, I'm like, you know, you either want to do it or you don't. But then again, you guys know if you're around here, I don't believe in this external locus of control bullshit. I'm also not from the everybody gets a trophy generation. I hate the everybody gets a trophy generation. I must consume alcohol to get drunk. Haven't figured out a way to do it without the alcohol. You know, let me tell you, before they made it illegal, vaporizing vodka was an amazing way to get drunk. But now it's illegal, so I can't advocate it. But let's see. Is there anything else? Is there anything else good? What else is good? That's still consuming it. No, it is still consuming it. I guess that's true. It's not drinking it. Hey. Only legal in some states. My cat's out there crying. Well, not my cat, my daughter's cat. Come here. She can't hear the clicks. Can't feel the floor. She's out there. She's deaf, so she can't hear me. So I'll have to go watch that video. I'm thinking getting into streaming primarily because I love gaming, and why not share that love with others? But I doubt I would do it full time. Yeah. No offense, but yeah. No offense, but insert something offensive. Yeah, exactly. I thought Ashes of Creation was adhering to the Holy Trinity party composition style. Why are there so few healing classes? Well, because you have 8-person parties and there's 8 archetypes and there's 2 healing classes, 1 tanking class, 4 damage dealing classes, and a jack of all trades. So tanks are tanks, clerics are main healers, bards are off healers, fighters, rogues, rangers, and mages are damage dealers, and summoners are jack of all trades, masters of none, master of one at any given time. So they've banned dodgeball in schools in like 40% of the US. Yeah, they had to ban dodgeball. They had to ban dodgeball because everybody was throwing the ball at the fat kid. And so instead of, so hold up. So instead of when the 5 kids all get the balls together and they decide to hold them and then just completely slam Piggy with the dodgeballs, instead of somebody and any of those 5 kids' hierarchies of leadership, instead of somebody dropping the hammer on those 5 little fuckheads, everybody wants to turn the blind eye and everybody wants to make it somebody else's problem. Yeah, I'm a fan of Lord of the Flies. That's why you'll see me all the time. All the fucking time. I call people out on their bullshit. I call people out on their bullshit all the time. And people are like, don't you ever get tired of doing that? I say no, because I want to live in a society where I want to live in the society. If people are doing stupid shit, like I told you guys the story, I'm down at Universal Studios, and I go to Universal Studios every fall for Halloween Horror Nights. My daughter and I really like spending time together at the Halloween Horror Nights. She loves to be scared. She absolutely loves haunted houses. She loves to be scared. She won't admit it, but she always goes. She always wants to go. And we're 2 people back in line at the restaurant. The really nice. It's a high-end resort, and this guy is acting like a fucking chucklehead, yelling at who I think is the hostess. I can't really see. And he's like, well, we have a reservation with this server. And she's like, sir, this server is assigned outside tonight. So would you like a reservation inside or would you like to sit outside? And then the wife says, well, I don't understand why this guy's always outside. Now, first of all, if you're working in a restaurant and you guys know when you work at a restaurant, the new servers, the low-end servers, the rookies, they get the outside patio. That's the way this fucking game is played. The rookie servers get the shitty table assignments. I don't know why anybody would not understand this. And so the wife says, well, I don't understand. Every time we come here, he's always outside. Well, fuck, I don't understand why you'd be confused by this. If you've been here for 3 times this summer for dinner, not a big deal. And then the guy starts getting loud. And I'm not going to stand here and turn a blind eye to a dude. And the girl was short. She was maybe 5'4". And he's raising his voice and he's like bulling up. Like he's like all raising his shoulders and raising his voice. And the people behind me weren't doing nothing. I'm like two sets of people. I'm like the third people in line. I was like, hey, buddy, why don't you tone it down a bit? And he turns and he looks and he's like, this doesn't concern you. And he puts his finger up in my face. I'm like, fuck you. Shut it the fuck down. And then he completely turns on his heels and looks at me and he takes a step towards me. And I'm like, nah, bad idea, man. And my wife does the wife arm, but not to block me. My wife does the wife arm. Tamir does the wife arm and like scoops all three kids. And it's like, go gadget mom arm. Let's make a fucking pit because dad's going to go. And so as soon as he saw my wife move the kids and I just squared up, he stops like a little fucking bitch. I'll take the table outside. Waits until he walks past me. Waits until he walks past me. Waits until he's outside. And then makes a comment. And I go to tear his fucking head off. Behind me was clearly a military dude. I could tell. We have like sixth sense about each other. He was clearly active duty military because nobody wears that particular haircut unless they're active duty military. And I go to walk out, and the guy is like, he puts his hand up. He's like, "Sir, it's just not worth it." I was like, "Okay." And I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna act like this in public and then be surprised when somebody calls you out? I got thanked by like the whole staff, and they're like, that dude's an asshole. That dude's an asshole. And everyone's telling me the dude's an asshole. I said to the manager, I called the manager over. I called the hostess over. It's like, hey, can I talk to the manager? She's like, I am the manager. I was like, I'm so sorry I called you the hostess. And she's like, no, it's okay. That dude's here all the time and we have to try to be accommodating. I said, you know what? Why don't you take my name and number and give it to the resort manager just so I can give you some top cover about what a great job you did and what an asshole he is. And then the next time he acts like a clown, the resort manager is going to know that the guy got a complaint from another customer. Next time he's giving you shit and I'm not here to yell at him, the resort manager can be like, you know what, sir, why don't you just beat fucking feet? We don't want you here. But that's because nobody calls anybody out. Like, I don't call people out who pick on my kid because my kid's a little fucking savage. And I say, if you're going to dish, you got to take. But if I find out my kid's being a belligerent bitch, my kid gets grounded. I'm like, hey, that shit you said about that kid, it got back to me. You're grounded. And my daughter's like, that's so unfair because it's not unfair. I'm raising you to be a member of a society. If you're going to act like a bitch, then you can be a bitch in your room with no phone and no TV. And you know what? My daughter figured it out. She either changed her behavior or she doesn't get caught. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which. I've been watching the stream from home since I sent you the last message about watching in the lobby of the dentist, and only now did I realize there was a cotton wad in my mouth. Oh, gross. Post-dental cotton. Don't you think in the year 2021 we can come up with something that doesn't taste like a dirty shoe to put in our mouth? Ugh. Is it possible to wear a skin on a skin, for example, the ice claw and the still sole plate together? Swarm, yes, because there are two types of things. Let me grab this. Let me answer your question, big picture. So this is a bad example because it's the month with the Mount Cosmetic. So what you have this last month, is, or 1 month ago, is you have this set. So you have this hat with this full body cosmetic. Now, you cannot wear this hat with this full body cosmetic. It doesn't work that way. So what you have is you can either wear the full body cosmetic or you can wear this hat. But you can have this individual hat. And I got to jump out of the room real quick. 1 second. out of breath. Had to run down to the door because I knew nobody else was here. So you have that hat piece, and then you want to use this claw piece. You can do that because these aren't individual. These aren't full body cosmetics. These are individual pieces. So you can mix and match all the individual cosmetics into your own set. But what you can't do is use the individual cosmetics in conjunction with a full body cosmetic. So it's either cosmetic, all and done, or it's, I want to put it together with individual pieces. So, did I tell you about my 7-year-old and his friends sneaking a GoPro into their school to make a video of the rats bullying 5-year-olds at the school and then dropping the video off at the principal's office? Yeah, you know, here's what I get in. I'm just tired of. Okay. I am tired of shit happening in schools and teachers saying, well, that's not our responsibility. It is your responsibility. And when they're like, well, it's not, I'd be like, well, it is, because I went to the same training that you did as a teacher because, I have a teaching certificate. Oh, shit. Hold on one second. So, I hate when educators, they start to say, well, that what happens at the school isn't my problem. And it is your problem because you're responsible for those children from the moment they get dropped off till the moment they go home. And a lot of these schools, I say, well, that happened in the morning. Well, hold on. Do you have bus service? Yeah. Well, then the moment you let the first bus student into the building, you're responsible for all the kids. As soon as you open the door to the kids, you're responsible for them. So I hate when teachers start to say, oh, that's not my fault. That's not my problem. That's not my area of responsibility. Thankfully, I live in a country where it's harder to get a gun than a chocolate bar. That's pretty fucking racist, man. And that's part of the problem. It's like, believe it or not, I know that this is hard for some people to believe, but number one, I can get a gun in most countries, because all y'all countries have crime. Number two, all y'all European countries, you're connected by land to Russia, the Ukraine, Georgia, a whole lot of fucking places that have a whole lot of fucking guns. So let's just not be full of bullshit. And number three, while it is possible to go to a gun show and buy a gun, those laws are getting chopped down very quickly, and not just anybody can show up at a gun show and get a gun. There are steps, there are procedures. So I really hate when people start making that bullshit statement where I live in a country where it's harder to get a gun than a chocolate bar. Yeah, you also live in a fucking country that needs to just shut up and say thank you to the United States. Otherwise, you'd all be speaking German. I mean, if we want to get fucking derogatory to each other, let's get fucking derogatory to each other. Let's not make little snide fucking comments. Let's just go full Monty. The next time you want to criticize America, baby, just say thank you and move on. Damn. Oh, I'm from Germany. Do I need to say thank you too? Yeah, you should, actually. You should say thank you. You should say thank you to the United States. You should say thank you to the United States for not just doing this and walking off after the second war and letting Russia do what they wanted. Thanks. Airlift Operation, Operation Skittles, us bringing food to your country. So, let's see. The school I used to be in, freshman year, we had 5 bomb threats in one semester. Yeah, but the problem now is people don't call in bomb threats because now calling in a bomb threat to a school is an act of domestic terrorism, and kids who do it, those are the kids that when they get caught, they go bye-bye. They go bye-bye. most people aren't doing that stupid shit anymore because it used to be funny to call in bomb threats, and now it's not, because now the FBI takes them all serious, like in serious. Only stupid people would go and buy a gun there. You go to a dark alley and you buy all you want. Yeah, I know, right? The vast majority of gun owners in America are good people and never use a gun for the wrong purpose. You know what I don't understand when people get what I don't understand is when people say that guns are the reason for the violence. I've left a fully loaded gun in the corner of a room for days, and it's never shot anybody. So I don't understand why people blame guns. Guns don't run around shooting people. The U.S. killed more kids than any dictator ever could outside of war. What the fuck is wrong with your thought process? Because do dictators do anything outside of war? Stop talking. Just stop talking, because you're part of the problem. I lived it, so I know. You didn't live anything because you're not dead. You didn't live the U.S. killing more kids than any dictator ever could outside of war. Dictators don't do anything outside of war, because a dictatorship is a war against your own people. So just stop talking, because it's just going to get more embarrassing for you. You clearly haven't been around my show enough. Let's see. Guns are tools, no more or less dangerous than any other tool. Yeah, exactly. A gun is a tool. It's no more or less dangerous than any other tool. A knife is a weapon. Sure they do. I lived in a country that was ruled by a dictator. How many kids has the United States killed? Because you do realize that because this is how fucking dumb people are. You realize that the United States can't execute a child, right? We actually have laws. The United States has killed. The United States is an entity, okay? The United States actually has a law against killing children. We can't execute them. Like, we literally cannot execute children. It is against the law. So how has the United States killed any children? This is where stupid people lose. The United States, I'm going to need some sources. I'm going to need you. See, this is where, when I warn people, like that warning shot, when I warn you and I say stop talking, it's because you're stupid. And I went to school and I have a degree, and it lets me know who is stupid and who is not stupid. The United States doesn't kill children. The United States executes felons. They execute people. What law is preventing the U.S. from dropping uranium bombs on civilian targets? Oh, I don't know. The laws of armed combat? The rules of engagement? Because they did? You're right. We did. When we were at war 50 fucking years ago to your country. So maybe your country should have sat the fuck down. And in fact, we've only dropped 2 nuclear weapons. In 1990, are you talking about we dropped depleted uranium bombs? Because in 90, we were using DU rounds. We weren't using uranium. Okay, so this is where you needed to stop talking, because we don't use uranium weapons anymore. We use DU rounds, which are depleted uranium. We use depleted uranium rounds so that we can, because they penetrate, bunker busters, because some dictator asshole started a fight with us and we don't like to lose fights. But anyway, what the fuck would it matter if they used a depleted uranium bomb? Because a depleted uranium bomb is not the most powerful weapon in our arsenal. It's not the second. It still killed thousands of people, civilians. No, which bomb? Which bomb, which date? Which bomb, which date? Which country? Bomb, date, and country. Thanks. I need that information. 1990 1990's 365 days. I need a specific date, because believe it or not, you give me a specific date and I'm going to be able to find out what exactly we did. So what date in 1990 are you talking about? It's like amazing. Like people want to say in 1990 in Yugoslavia, we dropped a uranium. Wait, no, I mean a depleted uranium round. You bombed the hell out of Yugoslavia. I need a specific date. If you want to accuse a country, of doing something, you need a very specific date. I'm not going to ask you for the time. You dropped many, many bombs. Yeah. And you're claiming we killed many, many civilians. What fucking date do you want to talk about? I see. This is where stupid people shouldn't fucking talk. Stupid fucking people over several years. Hooker, you just said 1990. Now give me a date in 1990 so I can go look up the date and the action dates, what we did that day. Why is this hard for you? You want to throw some fucking shade? Give me a date. One date. Go pick a date. I am not American. I don't have that info. But you said you lived in the country. You said you lived it. You don't know what fucking day you're talking about, the day that was bombed with the bombs that we don't even have? That we'd never dropped? That I've had to correct you once? See, this is the bullshit why people who hate America should just shut the fuck up and walk off, because you're dumb. First of all, you accused us of using a weapon we don't even have in our arsenal during an engagement that we didn't even drop fucking bombs. You do realize that if we drop a bomb, and NATO is in charge of the operation, you can't blame the United States. Blame the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. You understand that if we drop a bomb in conjunction with the United Nations peacekeeping resolution, you have to go blame the United Nations. We somehow dropped one of your stealth planes. No, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. You know, believe it or not, stealth planes occasionally fucking crash. Yeah, they occasionally fucking crash, dumbass. So, let's see. Oh, 1999. We're not in 1990 anymore. Apparently a decade. I was thinking 1990. You're talking 1997. A Yugoslavian army unit shot down an F-117 Nighthawk. I'm very and first of all, you didn't shoot down a stealth because he was in low observable. He was in low altitude, so he was visually observable. Jesus Christ, man. This is why but that means, oh my God, are you this dumb? First of all, if the United States is there, and I just said this, and I never denied the United States was bombing the shit out of any country, by the way. I asked you for a date. You're also so dumb, you said 1990, and you're talking about an incident in 1999. So you're literally like a fucking decade off. No, I never said that we didn't. I asked you for a date. I said we never dropped uranium bombs on your country because you're so fucking dumb you don't know the difference between a DU round and a uranium round. You've been off by 9 years. You literally have me in the 1990 book, and I'm looking for information, and now you're going to quote an incident from 1999. Dumbass, one more time. The U.S. is a member of NATO, and the U.S. is a member of the United Nations. So if it's a NATO engagement, of course the U.S. is there. So are about 13 other countries. If the UN is there, so are a couple of dozen other countries. So you could be one of the most uneducated and ignorant people that has ever come into this channel to try to be a U.S. hater. Now, if you want to talk about the 1999 F-117A that your Yugoslavian army shot down and be really proud with your arrogant statement of, but we shot down one of your stealths. A stealth doesn't make you invisible. It's not a cloaking device. Wasn't brought here by the Romulans. It's not the Klingons. Guess what? When the B-2 bomber rolls out of its hangar and I'm looking at it, guess what I see? I fucking see the thing. You know, stealth is meant to jam electronics. So when you have an F-117A come down on a bombing run, it's fucking visible. So when it's at low level, it can get shot. No, that's irrelevant. Well, it's not irrelevant because your dumbass brought it up. Okay? So if it was irrelevant, you wouldn't have brought it up. Now, depleted uranium bombs. Now that I know the year, I'm going to say I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't actively serving in the 90s. I was actively in high school. But give me a second, because I've got this thing called the fucking internet, and I'm going to check something real quick for you. U.S. use of DU bombs in 1990s. So the U.S. Navy used DU in its 20mm phalanx Sea-Whiz guns. Only the U.S. and the U.K. have acknowledged using DU weapons. So here's my question though. Yeah, it's used in penetrators, specific armor-piercing rounds. The A-10 uses uranium rounds. It was proven that the U.S. dropped them. Darth, you're stupid. It was proven that we used something that we prove that we acknowledge. What are you, dumb? Seriously, this is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys ever wonder why I go down these rabbit holes, if you guys ever wonder why I go down these rabbit holes with people, it's because I cannot turn a blind eye. I absolutely positively cannot turn a blind eye to people's stupidity. Dumbass, I said the United States doesn't drop uranium bombs. You do understand the difference between actively enriched uranium and depleted uranium? You do understand that the fucking word depleted uranium is a really important word in that hyphenation. It's like, you just said you dropped them. You just said you dropped them. No, dumbass. DU rounds isn't used in bomb. Well, it is used in certain bombs, bunker busters. It's also used in A-10s, in the A-10 chain gun. It's used on Navy ships for the Sea-Whiz system. Yeah, the United States dropped a uranium bomb in Yugoslavia, and those motherfuckers aren't wearing SPF 5000 sunblock, and they don't all have third eyes and seventh testicles. You know, it's part of the as part of the penetrator. It's not a DU bomb. The land is irradiated. Really? That's funny. I'm pretty sure that your land is irradiated for the same reason that land in Scotland is irradiated, and I'm pretty sure your land is irradiated due to Chernobyl. The same reason why the Orkney Islands north of fucking Scotland off the coast are also irradiated. It's because when Chernobyl went super and the fucking radiation went up into the clouds and spread across all over the fucking world and then comes back down in the rain, depleted uranium is depleted. Yeah, goodbye. This is why stupid people shouldn't be allowed access to the internet. The guy doesn't understand that depleted uranium doesn't do shit to you. But guys, this is why the charge for everybody who's a fan of the Paradox Gaming Network needs to be to engage stupidity. Is to engage stupidity. Because this guy jumped all over from 1990 to 1999. You dropped a uranium bomb on us. He's too stupid to realize the word depleted is in that, and we only put depleted uranium on the tips of one particular bomb, I think. One particular bomb, and also it's depleted uranium. Now, if you have an A-10 in a particular area, and it's shedding a lot of lead, it's shedding a lot of lead, you might want to send a DU recovery team into the area to get, well, mainly, truthfully, we send a recovery team into the area because that shit's expensive. Just because that shit's expensive. But, you know, how much longer am I going to be live? I'm going to be live for 25 minutes. We're going to try to knock out this one that we failed. So get your asses in this battle. But see, guys, this is the problem. This is the problem. Somebody from Yugoslavia who has no idea what the fuck they're talking about comes to a channel and says that the United States has killed more children than any dictator ever could. Now, just so we're clear, and I want to make sure to emphasize this, and every military member in this channel, active duty, retired, whatever, is going to back me up on this. The rules of engagement and the laws of armed combat are so strict. Are so strict. I can't even aim my weapon at a guy if he's holding a child. I because I'm not a specialist and I'm not a sharpshooter and I'm not a marksman, I can't even aim my weapon direct. If my path of fire, if the discharge path of fire from my rifle to the target has got an innocent civilian in the way, I'm not authorized to point my weapon at fucking Mr. Terrorist because he's got a hostage. There are other people in the military who have much better weapons, much better rifles, much better scopes, much better training, but my ass has to down sight. We don't call them snipers. They are called marksmen. It is politically incorrect to call them snipers, even though they're fucking snipers. But up, child in my way, down sight. Okay, down sight. So when people start saying that we're all a bunch of blood fucking thirsty, designated marksmen. When people start saying that the United States military is all a bunch of bloodthirsty fucking savages, do you know that I can't, in 99% of the fucking cases, I can't open fire. I must wait until I'm fired upon so I can return fire. The only time you can open fire is if, for some odd reason, Mr. fucking Terrorist is walking directly across the street, sees me, and decides to, when there's nobody between us, raise his weapon towards me. And I can be like, shit. Yeah, I could, but I'd be fucked. Yeah. I'll give you a story of fucking some bullshit. I had a buddy. I had a buddy who, a guy jumped on their gun truck. A guy jumped up on their gun truck. And instead of shooting him, he took his baton. He didn't even collapse it. He took the butt of his collapsible baton and head checked the guy to get him off the truck. Killed the dude. The dude, keep this in mind. He jumped on a gun truck, and then he got head bopped. He fell off the truck, got run over by a fucking deuce and a half. You get rolled over by a 2.5 ton deuce and a half. There's not going to be much left of you. Dude fucking gets court-martialed. And this is what they said during his court-martial. Because he jumped on the truck, you had every right to push him off the truck. But you do not have the authority to use a collapsible baton because he was not armed. And it was at that point, no head hits with a baton. But I mean, and rightfully so, that's deadly force, but the guy was jumping onto the gun truck. This is like the guy, this is why after that one incident, there were the guys that used to give out the candy to the kids. They used to roll, you want to try to win the hearts and minds. So they'd roll down the windows, they'd give out candy to the kids, and then not allowed to give out candy to the kids anymore because one of the kids ran up to one of the trucks and dropped a live grenade. Defense of self and others. No, he didn't get convicted, but he got charged, and that's what he said. They said that he had every right to push the guy off the truck, and he beat it because they were able to cite the earlier situation where just because the guy doesn't have a weapon in his hands doesn't mean his entire vest isn't an IED. But this is when people start saying that Americans are running around the world killing people, they're fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb. And it's people like that honestly, that make me just want to say, okay, go over their fucking country with B-2 bombers, hit every single piece of technology they have, every power station, every water filtration plant, every dam, every solar panel, every oil refinery, every mine, every piece of construction equipment, just hit all of that shit and then don't do anything else. Don't roll back up, don't help rebuild, just be like, fuck it. We took out all your power stations. Good luck. Peace. Deuces. You have no power stations. You have no water filtration plants. So, and it's like, and then I'm gonna jump off this. But when the guy says you've admitted to using them, yes, we've admitted to using them. We've admitted to using 782,414 DU rounds. This guy's whole argument was, you guys did this. You guys did this. Yeah, we admit the shit that we do. And sometimes we admit the shit that we do because we say, yeah, we did that. And don't you fucking get out of line or we're going to come back. We're going to do it again. And then people get mad. Can't believe the U.S. is such bullies. Fucking the whole fucking NATO and the whole fucking UN said, yeah, it technically wasn't even U.S. It was NATO. Now, some people argue that NATO really stands for the North American Terrorist Organization. Some people say that the U.S. is NATO just so that we can do stuff with a joint coalition. Guess what, though? We still have to get the votes. Kind of what happened with Pearl Harbor in Japan, yeah. Rules of engagement are more dangerous to the soldiers who follow them than the enemies. It's dangerous to take a stance where you and your shipmates can and frequently do die before you're allowed to use your arms. Yeah, you know, I deployed once where we literally had red tape over our magazines with the issues initials on them so we wouldn't use any rounds without permission. Yeah. You guys saw that shit years and years ago down in Cuba, the guy who discharged a round. It's what the movie A Few Good Men is based around, the same story. Guy discharges a round because he thought he was about to be fired upon, and there was all this fucking hoopla because he discharged a round into Cuba. So, sounds like a common punishment for one stupid person. Yeah, man, the military's good for that. The military's good for that. One person shits their pants, so everybody has to wear a diaper. The military's really good for that one. Really, really good for that one. Oh, man. Good thing I got shit to do today. Otherwise, we would have... Man, it's stupid jackasses like that. It's like, oh, I can't stand ignorant ass people. Can't stand them. You had to count your rounds as we loaded them into the magazine and log it when we checked our rifles out. Yep. Stupid shit. That was like, and then we had to count your rounds out. Yeah. How'd that dumb conversation even come up? Oh, because it was something people. It was just people come in and they want to make their comments. They want to have their 5 minutes of fame because they think I'm not going to call out stupid people. I don't care. I'll call out stupid people. I mean, the dude didn't even want to give me a date. You want to tell me in a 10-year range we bombed your country? Yeah, but dude, in a 10-year range we bombed a lot of the world. So 20 years later, why do we have to wear diapers? Yeah, it's what we've always done. Yeah. Common punishment is banned in schools, right? No, not exactly. Not exactly. Like if too much of the class is talking, you can give the class a silent lunch. But I don't adhere to common punishment. Shout out, not stupid people. I'm giving a shout out to all the not stupid people in my channel right now. So there's 91 of you, and if the guy from Yugoslavia is still here, you're in the way wrong fucking channel. You're in the wrong fucking neighborhood. No, he's gone. So shout out to all my people who are not stupid who come and watch this show. Feeling good for all 91 of you smart people. Yeah, oof, not stupid. I prefer to listen about the game. That's this thing's. Yeah, here's the thing I tell people. If somebody puts an Ashes of Creation comment on the table, that's what we're going to stay on. But at the same time, the reason why there are so many stupid people in the world is because everybody wants to just ignore them. Remember your mom used to say, because your dad usually wouldn't say ignore him. Your dad would say go punch him in the mouth. Your mom would say just ignore him, honey, and they'll go away. The problem is they didn't go away. The problem is they didn't go away. They found other stupid people to have children with, And then they had like 7 children. And then those 7 children all had like 7 children. So like one generation later, we've got like 49 children to like my 2 smart ones. Right? This is more talk, so there's going to be a lot of different topics. Yeah, man, this is kind of like the, hey, caller, hey, thank you for calling. What would you like to say? I may be stupid about some things, but at least I don't spread stuff that isn't true or that I haven't researched. Yeah, exactly. I've had people come into the channel and ask me a question, and sometimes I'll be like, yeah, sure, man, get with me after the show. I'll give you some information. I'll give you some information. Other times, it'll be like, yeah, we'll talk about that. I'm not smart, but thank God I'm not that stupid. Yeah, you know, it just, hold on. I want to show you guys just, where is it? There's only a particular, yeah, I can't find it. But yeah. There was a great old sci-fi short story called Marching Morons. Excellent story. Excellent. Excellent. Common punishment is a good way to maintain control over your class if the common punishment is deserved because of common misbehavior. It's also a really good way to alienate the students who are not misbehaving. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I remember one time in grade school, we had a punishment. We had to write 3 definitions 20 times each. And the instructions were, I was in 7th grade when this happened. The instructions were, you must use your school dictionary. Everybody must take a school dictionary home. Everybody must write these 3 definitions 20 times each. You must write the entire definition. And the 3 words were like literally a whole page long. And I got home and I said to my dad, because I very rarely went to my mom with this shit. I went to my dad and I said, Dad, this is bullshit. I didn't do anything. And I'm being punished. And my dad's like, well, sometimes you just got to suck it up, son. I wrote all 20 definitions, all of it, all the way down. And I got to school and I literally had 60 sheets of paper. And I saw people with like, they've written like the definition, like the first definition. And I said, oh, hell no. I went to the teacher. I said, excuse me, I got a problem with this. You said we had to write the entire definition. I spent my whole damn weekend. I said, I spent my whole weekend from the time I got home on Friday, all till my bedtime on Friday, all day Saturday, and half of my day on Sunday transcribing these words. Because this is literally, you're talking a whole page. I said, I don't adhere, I don't accept, I don't acknowledge that this individual that only has 6 sheets of paper and only wrote the first line. Well, that's just how it is. And I said, no, that's not how it's going to be. It's absolutely not how it's going to be. I said, I am never writing any of this crap again then, period. And it was at that point I went home, I talked to my dad. I told my dad what happened. My dad went up to the school. My dad said, you are never doing any of that crap again. You are just going to keep well, I did this one time in nonsense. I remember that teacher, we had our lockers in the back of the classroom. And this teacher had this habit of, if you left your locker open in order to teach you responsibility, he would walk up and he would dump all your shit on the floor. Well, you shared a locker with 2 people. I remember after this definitions thing, one of my locker mates, dumped or left the locker open. Teacher just gets up, goes to the back, dumps the shit, and he's like, whose ever locker that is, clean up your stuff. And I looked at him, I said, nope, you dumped it, you clean it up. My 2 locker mates picked up their stuff. My shit was still on the floor. And I said, I'm not picking it up. And if I'm not doing the homework out of those books. And this guy was like 5'4". My dad was like 6'1". And I went home. I told my dad what happened. And I got sent to the principal's office. I called my dad at work. I told my dad what happened. And my dad's like, you just go home and you wait for me. I won't be home before the end of your day. My dad went straight to the school. And my dad walked in, and the story I got from my dad was, my dad walked into the house. He had my 3 textbooks I needed for the homework that night. And I got there, all of my shit was back in my locker. That teacher hated me from that point on. And I'm pretty certain that my dad walked in and was like, well, that's my son's stuff on the floor. And my son didn't leave the locker open. And he'd already told you he had enough of your shit. Put his shit back in his locker. I'm hoping that one day I get the full story, but I don't think my dad's going to remember it. You don't do that shit. You don't do that shit to kids. And then after that, I never wrote spelling words. I never did any of that shit for that teacher. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I feel like Jahlon was the kind of kid who visited the principal rather often. I didn't get sent to the principal very often, but once my father told me that enough is enough, you're not going to take that bullshit from anybody. Like, my dad wasn't going to allow me to be disrespected by a teacher. If everybody in the class was talking, sure, do the damn punishment. But after I did all those definitions and that teacher was like, well, he can just write one. No, that wasn't going to happen. And then it was funny because a couple of years later, when I was in high school, I went back to visit that teacher because I was in high school. No, 3, 2, 3, like 4 years later, I went back because I was in teaching school for social studies and he was gone. He had gotten fired. I've got a folder on my desktop and a physical folder in a fireproof safe of the vinyl waterproof pouch with all the letters I had to write to the school, the district, and the superintendent. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, the superintendent of this school district, he's getting it. He sent me a little mail. He sent me a little email on Tuesday night. He was like, we didn't see you at the school board meeting. And I said, I know. You guys aren't pissing me off this month. He laughed. He sent me a message back. He was like, we were expecting you to be at the school board meeting. I said, why? You guys aren't doing anything dumb this month. I don't have to fucking show up. I only gotta show up to the school board meetings when you're being fucking dumb. It's like, guys, in all honesty, I would run for the school board and I'd win, but then it would take away time from my content. I wouldn't be able to do this as much if I was on the school board. You had a teacher that would write you up for anything and put it down as insubordination. Yeah, I had a teacher. I had a teacher that would write you up for insubordination, and I would just be like, you haven't seen Insubordinate yet. Because remember that movie with not Tom Hanks, Tom Selleck. Tom Selleck is a baseball player, but he gets sent to Japan. And he gets involved with the coach's daughter, and he's about to beat the home run record, and all this bullshit's happening to him. They're just walking him so he can't beat the record. And so he's in the locker room, and because he's an American in a Japanese locker room, and so he's kind of loud, he's kind of rambunctious. Later, go have fun in algebra or whatever it was. And he gets fined $20 for his attitude, or $100 or whatever it is, and he takes his wallet out and he pays it, and then he takes another 100 out, and he hands it to the coach, and the coach says, well, what's this for? He says, the next time. And the coach says, what next time? And Tom Selleck picks up a bat and just fucking hits a helmet with a bat. He's like, this next time. That's the kind of shit I did when I got kicked out of the class for insubordination and I wasn't being insubordinate. Go to the principal's office. For what? For insubordination. Fuck you. Then I get to the principal's office. Look, I got sent to the principal's office for insubordination. What'd you do? Okay, so I didn't do anything until I got sent to you, and then I told the teacher, fuck you. Oh. One of my high school teachers got mad at me because I didn't respect her, and I told her and the vice principal that respect is earned, not demanded, and anybody who demands my respect just because you're supposed to is making some huge debits on that account. I got a week in study hall for that. Yeah. I never expected my kids to respect me. And I didn't respect my junior airmen, my NCOs, or my junior officers to respect me. I used to use this example. I said, when you salute an officer, you're not saluting the man or the woman, you're saluting the rank. You don't have to like the officer, but you have to obey the rank. I don't need your respect. I need your obedience. I want your respect. I want to be worthy of your respect. But at the end of the day, my position gets me your obedience because I am in a position of authority. However, I want your respect. I want to have earned your respect. I want to have earned your respect. But I saw officers, young lieutenants, that would just get rolled over. And they didn't know how to handle it. And I said, you gotta, that's why it's called leadership, man. It's called leadership. I'm going to be honest. There were times that, as an NCO, 28, 29, 28 years old as a senior, 29 years old as a tech sergeant, get a new lieutenant who's 22 years old. Got a new lieutenant come in. I'm 29. Lieutenant's 22. Lieutenant starts talking all this mad shit. And then the lieutenant, well, you don't seem impressed. What am I impressed about? Well, I have a degree. And then the chief laughed one time. The chief is standing behind me. This new lieutenant comes in and cocky as shit. And a lot of lieutenants are. And lieutenant's like, well, you don't seem impressed. It's like, what's there to be impressed about? Well, I have a degree. And? Well, so dude, I have 4 degrees. And then that lieutenant, the blood just runs out of their face. Like, what? Like, got a BA history, got a BA poli-sci, got an MA in education, got a BS in electrical engineering and biomedical technology. So what? If you're saying that your authority is based on your 1 degree, don't I have 4 times as much authority as you? I never understood respecting someone for their position. I give the same amount of respect to the janitor as the CEO. I'm going to tell you the truth. If you guys want to know how to be successful in business, you want to know how to navigate the waters, respect the shit out of the janitor, the security guard, and the secretary. The person that should get your... Yeah, I have a bachelor's of science in electrical engineering, specializing in biomedical technology. Oh, cool. It's not a lot of people running around with bachelor's degrees in electrical engineering. No, yeah, my specializing was because my job in the military was biomedical equipment maintenance repair technician. So where I got my training was, I have the generalized electrical engineering, electrical theory, circuits, logic gates. I can board level troubleshoot. I can design larger circuits. I can do power generation. I can do all of the nuts, bolts, and foundational stuff that electrical engineers have to be able to do. But mine is all focused on specifically for hospital power generation, field unit power generation, and then the individual pieces of equipment. One of my ships, the 4 people of deck division had from a master's, a bachelor's, a high school diploma, and finally 2 bachelors working on the master's. Nice, man. See, that's that other thing where you get those people in that don't know anything and they're like, oh, the enlisted are all stupid. The enlisted aren't stupid. Shit, man. I know I had a guy, one of my guys had an MBA. One of my hydrant guys had an MBA, and I said, do you want to get a commission? He's like, no, I just want to finish my 20. He's like, I used my my GI bill. I used my tuition assistance so I could get my education without having to use my GI bill. I'm gonna use my GI bill for my kids to go to school. I just want to finish my 20. It's like, how many years you got left? He's like, I got about 8 years left. I was like, we could get you a commission, and then you could make more money in your retirement, and you'd only have to do 2 more years. He's like, nope, don't want it. One of my mom's friends told me that once. I shot back, you don't deserve my respect. You're a hateful person. And she was mad. She told my mom that she should take me in hand. And my mom said, he's 16. He's an adult in all but name. If you have a problem with it, take it up with him. Yeah, that's how I feel. Your husband is quite literally one of the smartest people I know, best natural engineer I've ever met, and he doesn't have a formal degree in anything. That's my father. If my father had been born American and had the opportunities in America versus being born in Ireland, my father would have fucking been emperor. My father is Tywin Lannister. My father is fucking Tywin Lannister. So if my father had been born in America, my father would be like president. Like, no shit. That's real talk. He's the man. My father was an Irish immigrant. He ran the building he ran the building for the corporation he worked for. He was the building superintendent of a high rise. We're not talking like a 4-floor building here. We're talking like, the Aon Center in Chicago, which used to be the Standard Oil building, the Amoco building. He got passed over for promotion 3 times because he was just a dumb Irish Mick with no high school diploma. My dad had a GED. He got passed over for promotion 3 times, and then one day somebody figured out that every time they passed him over for promotion and put a college-educated person above him, they ended up paying my dad an ass ton of money in overtime and bonuses to fix all the fuck-ups. They finally told my dad, the position requires a college education, so we're going to put a person in that slot that doesn't have any authority, and we're going to just pay you better. He was like, okay. I'm studying electrical installation techniques in high school. Dude, man, run with that shit. Run with that shit, skeleton. Learn electrical installation techniques in high school. Run with that shit, okay? I have if you guys scroll under my picture, I have a thing called social, and one of those socials is Jahlon on. I do a weekly vlog where I talk about one topic. College is not the fucking answer. College is not the fucking answer to everybody. For everybody. Run. If you like working with your hands, if you like electrical installation, the guy that does the HVAC repair here right now, he makes 6 figures a year doing HVAC repair and heating repair, because guess what? When it's fucking cold and it's 9 o'clock at night and your furnace breaks and he says, well, I can come out now, but it's going to be triple time. Guess what? You pay triple time when you ain't got no heat. I don't understand about having multiple bachelor's or multiple master's degree. They don't stack when it comes to compensation. Yes, they do. Whoever told you that they don't stack when it comes to compensation? Where do people get this shit? Where fucking people get this shit? Okay, there we go. I think we're gonna get it this time. 113. You guys are mad we lost too. Look at that. Fucking people everywhere. Now, if the job requires a bachelor's degree, depending on the job, you might not get 2 paychecks. But yeah, there are jobs where having a second bachelor's degree does compensate you. Especially as a teacher. If you're a teacher and you have a double bachelor's, you're not going to get paid more if you have a collection of bachelor's degrees. Oh, fucking really? Oh, fucking really? You think? Because you're wrong. Okay? Because you're wrong. Universally, having a second bachelor's degree isn't going to help you. But let me tell you, these statements that people, that statement right there, that's one of those bullshit statements as well. And I'm gonna call you out on it. Let me tell you. I don't work. I don't work because of my personal situation. I don't work. I don't have a job. But do you think that if magically we could fix my shoulder, fix my dependency on painkillers, fix what's wrong with my melon from my time in the service, if I could get my PTSD fixed and I could function outside of my house, do you think I wouldn't negotiate 175 plus based on my collection of degrees? I have headhunters call me because of my collection of degrees. You will get paid more if you have a collection of bachelor's degrees, depending on what you're doing. Now, I will admit, is my bachelor's in history and my bachelor's of political science going to do a damn thing for me if I decide to go and get a job as a biomedical engineer? No, you're absolutely right. Having a BA in history and having a BA in poli-sci doesn't mean dick all for going into electrical engineering. All they're going to care about is, and really what they're going to say to me is they're going to say, it's great that you have a degree in education, but that you have a graduate degree, but we're not going to pay you anymore for your graduate degree because it's not related to biomedical engineering. But what if I go into a school district and I get a job as a specialist? Here in the U.S., multiple bachelor's degrees are for the most part completely useless. Again, I'm in the U.S., and no, the fuck they're not, okay? And no, they're not. And here's the statement. It as a broad statement, yes. However, depending on what you're going into, if you're going into education, multiple bachelor's degrees, if you're going to become a teacher, multiple bachelor's degrees are fucking amazing. Why? Because they're BA plus 15, BA plus 30, MA. If you need to get a second degree, do it as a master's. You don't need to do it as a bachelor's. That's also bullshit advice because you're giving overall advice and it's bullshit. Don't get a master's degree, and I'll give you a perfect example of when not to get a master's degree. If you are not tenured in your school district, if you do not have a resume full of teaching experience, do not get a master's degree in education because you don't have the experience to warrant the lane that you need to hire into. Most school districts are unionized, which means you must be paid for the degree you have. So if you don't have 5-ish years of experience or you're not tenured and you go and get a master's degree, you're going to struggle to find a job because they're going to say, you only have 3 years of teaching experience. So you are an entry-level teacher. And our budget for the opening that we have is an entry-level teacher's budget. So in our school district, we pay entry-level teachers $45,000 a year, and we pay people with master's degrees $60,000 a year. And unfortunately, our department only has $45,000 plus or minus 3 to accommodate years of experience. And we really would love to hire you. However, we don't have $60,000 in the budget. So thank you for applying. You're a really great candidate. Try to get some more experience. But the problem is you've already been awarded your bachelor's or your master's degree. So you can't go get any experience. So telling people that do it as a master's, that's bullshit too. It's a specific, like never get a master's degree in computer science until you have a job that requires it. Master's programs specialize you, and if you're specialized in database engineering, you will never be considered for system engineering. Your argument is do 2 bachelors, so you aren't overqualified with a master's. So just looks like you only have an undergraduate degree. I never said do 2 bachelors. I didn't say do 2 bachelors. When did I say my argument was do 2 bachelors? So my argument to the other question was when people say 2 bachelor's degrees aren't going to, you're not going to get compensated for them. Yes, you will. If you have 2 bachelor's degrees, you file as BA plus 15, depending on how you got your 2 bachelor's degrees. If you did 2 bachelor's degrees in your core 120 for your bachelor's degrees, you technically don't have 2 bachelor's degrees. You technically have a double bachelor's. I mean, we can do this shit all day, but when people say having multiple bachelor's degrees isn't going to help you get compensated, yes, it will, depending on what they are, depending on where you're going. When you tell people to get a graduate degree, technically, if you ever have to write a check for your graduate degree, you shouldn't be doing your graduate degree because somebody should be paying for you to go get your master's, either your school district or your job or the university that you're going to. Now, if your university is paying for it, you might have to do some bullshit like TA or teach undergraduate classes. But these are the problem with broad statements are, you got to be careful. You should never universally apply broad statements. So when you say stuff like multiple bachelors, I don't understand having multiple bachelors or multiple master's degrees. They don't stack when it comes to compensation. Well, that's a falsity. Yes, they do. Now, and I gave the argument, sometimes some jobs, they're not going to give a shit. Do you think that Amazon even cares what my degrees are in? I was talking about the private sector. Okay, well then you're still wrong. I'm sorry to tell you, you're still wrong. You can definitely up your value. You can definitely up your value to a company, but you have to know how to sell yourself. I mean, shit, man. There's people who walk into a job interview that they're walking into the job interview. They're like, oh man, I'm going to take $45,000 for this job. All I need is a job. All I need is a job for $45,000. Shit, man. Fucking. If you're sitting there on 2 bachelor's degrees, explain to the company why hiring you is so damn smart. You can talk yourself up on payroll. The only time you can't talk yourself up on payroll is at a union job where Day one, year one, you get paid this. If you have this degree, you move over this lane. If you have this degree, you move over this lane. Private sector? Shit, man. Don't tell me that multiple degrees, multiple certifications don't get you extra money in the private sector. Can you get a degree? Can you get degrees and ashes via scientific notes? No, but you can study at colleges, universities, and academies. Anyway, guys, we finished up the show. I just wanted to hit that point. Don't deal in absolutes. Don't deal in absolutes, especially if you're ever going to give people advice. Don't deal in absolutes. Be willing and ready and able to drill down. Does anybody at the HVAC company care what degrees you have? No, they care. Honestly, nobody gives a shit what degrees you have at the HVAC company. What they care is, do you have your certification for dealing with Freon? And do you have your certification for repairing HVACs? Have you done your company required CPDUs, continuing developmental units, right? When you're trying to get a job as a mechanic, nobody gives a shit what your degree is, and they care about your ACS certifications. So very, very specific, very, very, very specific arguments. So these big, broad statements of don't have multiple bachelor's degrees, don't have multiple master's degrees, I don't get down with that shit. Education is good. Also, remember, education is great because you can be one credit out. You can actually, in some universities, be done with the degree and just not have it awarded. They'll hold it until you're set. Anyway, let's pop out here. Good show. I love good shows. I love smart conversations. I absolutely love good shows. I absolutely love smart conversations. I need to go eat. I need to go take my daughter driving. I need to go for a walk. And then I got a lot of work to do. Friday, I will see you guys. Friday. Oh, there's a Prime sub. We had a great show today. I will see you on Friday, and then I will see you on Saturday. Don't forget, if you're going to be free on Saturday, we're going to do a little PvP. I will try to get a time dialed in before Friday's show. I'm glad we don't talk about Just Ashes. I know. It's a good time. I love my show. I love my audience. I love each and every one of you.